Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Village Council Budget Work Session meeting to order. Show the time at 5:03. I show we have a quorum. The only one we're missing is Wayne. My understanding he is en route and maybe a few minutes late. That said, we don't need to consider or allow remote participation at this point, so I need a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So move. Oh, what do we amend?
Oh, I'm sorry, to adopt the agenda as presented, sorry.
Oh, as
My
presented.
apologies.
So moved. Huh? What did we amend? That's the regular meeting. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Hearing none, motion passes. Next up,
I was like, don't worry, Austin, I got you.
budget work session. First up, we have presentation of final revenue neutral tax rate, LGC spreadsheet.
So as you all know, we are going through a revaluation this year. Union County did get us the new numbers, so I'm going to turn it over to Jill to present those numbers. There's a nice fancy worksheet that we have to work with. I think she presented it to you all so you can see what the numbers look like, but I'll turn it over to her and let her go over this.
All right, so this is a spreadsheet that comes directly from the LGC. We just have to plug in numbers from our audits each year. We have to account for properties that have annexed or de-annexed in and out of the village. And once all the numbers are plugged in, it spits out automatically for you, which is highlighted in yellow on the second page of your packet here. It highlights for you what the revenue neutral tax rate is. So at the last budget meeting, we, based on initial projections from the county, thought it was going to be 0.0537, and it ultimately ended up being 0.0516. So it was lower than what we had anticipated. So we had to adjust the budget accordingly. We had to make some additional cuts, and that is actually on the following page in your packet and was included in your agenda packet for this meeting, which just details the cuts that we made to present to you a balanced budget at the revenue neutral rate of 0.0516. Okay? Questions so far?
No, are you going to keep presenting, or do you want us to?
If you have a question about the revenue neutral calculation or anything like that, or if you want to move directly into going through the budget, we can move on.
So real fast, I just wanted to mention too that this revenue neutral tax rate does take into account any percentage changes in growth or decreases over the last several years. So that formula is automatically calculated in there. It's a state mandated formula. We can't, in terms of the growth, we can't just assume a random 10% growth or, you know, whatever it is. We can't just randomly throw a number at it. It has to be actually what we've witnessed over the last time since the last revaluation. So just so you're all aware.
Okay. My question is, do you want us to talk about the revenue neutral, or are you going to continue presenting? I just don't know how, I don't want to, if you're going to keep presenting and then you want us to discuss, I just don't know how you want to do this.
We'll keep going. I think what Jill was getting at was if you had any specific questions about the formula or any of the specific numbers and the years that she's got in here. But we have presented in front of you a revenue neutral budget. It does take into account, like she mentioned, a lot of additional cuts because we had originally planned on a little bit slightly higher than this. So we did have to cut a lot to get to that point. So we can go over those numbers with you and those cuts, see if there's stuff that's important that you guys want to add back. But unless y'all have any questions on this particular worksheet and the revenue neutral numbers, we'll move on.
I mean, I have a lot of questions about the cuts, so that's what I
Okay.
want to.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't know when you guys want to talk about this.
So if we'll flip over to the presented budget. This is a balanced budget with a revenue neutral tax rate. And we're not going to spend a whole lot of time going over line by line. We did that at the last meeting. We just really want to focus on what we cut to get to this point, to see what you guys want to add back. And Jill just wants to mention real fast kind of the equivalent of what 1 penny is and what a half a penny is, because as we're adding things back, if any, you guys can kind of play with the numbers to know if we equate to, whatever amount it is, it'll be approximately half a cent. In between that would be, 1/4 of a cent. So I'll just turn it over to her real quick on that.
Okay, so as we go through the budget and you start discussing the things that have been cut and what you might want to add back in, if y'all want to jot this down on your printouts, I just want you to be keeping in mind, as you're agreeing on what you might want to add back in, that based on our new tax base estimate letter that we got from the county, 1 penny is now equal to $266,000, okay? 1 cent. And then a half a cent is going to give you $133,000. So just keep that in mind, and I'll remind you if you need me to. But 266 is 1 penny, and 133 is a half a penny. We with me so far? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So as you guys are discussing what you might want to add back in, if you add back 266 of what we've cut, you've added another penny back. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Oh, I also put at the bottom of your cover page here, just some reminders of the calendar year 2024 property tax and some examples based on a $1 million, $1.5 million, and $2 million home with what they're currently paying in Marvin taxes for calendar year 24 and for the county. I can tell you that the county has not yet had their first budget meeting, so their proposed budget 25 to 26 has not been released yet. I am hoping that that meeting is happening on the 14th, but their agenda is not published. But I will be keeping track of that to see what they're planning to do, or at least what their budget office is recommending for a tax rate as they go into their budget season. But we're starting earlier than them, so it's going to be a bit before we know, okay?
So Jill, I have a question, just for understanding as I'm going through this. I see, of course, the sheet there that has all the budget, specific cuts for the departments. The last page, which has the capital project chart, what is in red, especially I'm looking, obviously, planning and zoning down at the bottom, the 115,000, the 200,000, the 120,000, that means that it's actually cut as a project.
Well, it's not cut as a project. It actually says that it just was not budgeted for. So those are trails that we have started, and we have some portions of those trails already accounted for in our capital project fund. But there are remaining portions of those trails that we have not yet allocated any funding towards. So it did not get put into the budget because it's going to be a capital project. And currently, we don't have any money budgeted for it. And then up above in the other categories, it says it's been specifically cut, which is, we're going to go through that when we get to the list of what's been cut. But we never budgeted for those trails down below. It's going to be a capital item, and we will have to discuss when and how we're going to fund those trails.
Okay, thank you, because I was looking at the word cut in the different departments, the different, the different areas, Public
Yeah.
Works and Parks, and then I saw not budgeted, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Are any of those portions that we are obligated to fund, or if they're obligated, they wouldn't be a part of those, like in conjunction with other grants or anything like that?
No, this is basically the Marvin Creek connector that we've already started, and we're mostly focused right now on design and engineering and conceptual. What we don't have budgeted for yet is any actual construction. And then same with Tullamore. We have some parts of Tullamore, especially design and engineering, already budgeted for in the capital fund, but we don't have necessarily the construction part of some additional measures we may need to take for that trail.
Okay.
But to answer your question, the parts that are required based on the grant, they're in red, they're in black. So that is what we did actually budget. So the 63,000 for the loop. That's in a capital project.
Those are ones that we are obligated to, for our match to other
Yes.
grants?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's sitting in a capital project ordinance, so that's not in your annual operating budget. So you're not going to see that tonight, but it's in another pocket.
Austin, please make a note that Councilman Dethridge has joined us.
He arrived at 5:12
5:12.
PM.
Thank you. Thanks, Wayne. How are you? Good. We're in the deep of it, so.
Okay, so just to kind of dive in and jump right into it, we did have approximately $279,000 in total cuts. That's across the board. Before we came to you all at the last meeting, we had approximately 250-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. And then we had to go back to the table and cut some more based on the actual numbers that we got back. So your total that you're sitting at, total cuts, is around 280,000. Typically, over the last several years, you have budgeted 50,000 in contingency for just things that pop up throughout the year. We did cut that additional 17,000, so we approximately have 35,000 in your contingency budgeted currently. We did cut an additional 41,000 out of general government. That's just an array of just small little cuts here and there that we did. We did cut out the carved logo tree that you all saw at the Locust Town Hall that was quite intriguing. We made a couple of minor cuts here and there. We cut 10,000 out of the Laserfish software for records management, and then we also cut 17,000 out for the CIP for Laserfish as well. We did cut the fireproof cabinet that Austin needs for his records storage. We could probably buy one more year, but we're kind of pushing it in terms of storage. That is something that we just put in there because we felt like we could get one more year out of what we've got. We did cut $65,000 or $6,500 out of the off-duty traffic control. This is really for kind of the ancillary traffic control that we've been seeing over the last couple of months. I did want to mention one of the topics that you'll have on your actual agenda tonight is the Stacey Howie abandonment. The resolution's not on there, but we are discussing that project again to see if y'all want to revisit asking DOT to abandon that road and us taking it over and putting in a no left turn sign. That's what you all agreed the last couple of meetings. Just keep in mind on that if we do that, we're going to have to hire off-duty to do the enforcement. So that's not anywhere in this budget, just so you're aware. So in addition to this $6,500, we would still have to add back some level of traffic enforcement for that particular location if you're interested in that. Parks and Rec, we cut a total of 61,000 out. Habitat Builders, which is Marsh, we have typically given them $1,000, $1,500 every year. They've used it primarily on banners. We did cut that out based on the fact that they're now doing the community gardens, so it was kind of a wash. We did cut 10,000 out of fireworks for Marvin Day. We actually did that in this year, so it's just something we cut additionally. We did cut the athletic field study of approximately $25,000, and we did cut $25,000 in capital reserve savings for future greenways. Additionally, in Public Works, we just had a couple minor cuts here or there, $1,000 here, $2,000 there. Bigger ticket items where we cut $15,000 out of the pole banners that you all wanted for some wayfinding, branding kind of initiatives. We also cut $110,000 out of his requested CIP for the bucket truck and the facility assessment, the facility, looking at all of our facility space. We also we had left some money in for the capital improvement for the bucket truck at the last meeting, and then we were just going to do a minor appropriation of the bucket truck into savings to kind of save up for next year, and we cut all of that, didn't we? Or did we cut half of it?
We originally were trying to save 50,000 this year. We've cut 17.5 off of it, so we're going to still try to save 32.5, but we just shaved some off.
So that being said, we could potentially cut that entire bucket truck and kind of add some of these things back, but I do want to keep in mind that if we do that, we have to understand that next year, whenever it is that we need it, we're not going to have 100,000 to come up with it like that. So that's kind of why we had tried to, kind of massage putting it into savings so that we don't have such a big hit at the beginning of the year. One of the alternatives that I had mentioned at the last meeting, and I don't know if it's something you all want to pursue, but we could start looking at installment finance purchasing where we would have less to pay during the year, but we would have an interest rate that we would have to pay on whatever equipment that is. We would finance it for approximately 5 years without getting LGC approval, and then we would just use that to turn over and continuously buy new equipment. So that is an option. However, just so you know that we would have to pay an interest rate that's associated with that. That being said, yeah.
Okay. I also just want to point out that to present to you a balanced budget at revenue neutral, we are unable to set aside or allocate a transfer to capital reserves for any streets or roads or any greenways outside of just maintaining greenways we already have. So that includes sidewalks. Now, we do have some items budgeted for sidewalks and maintenance on roads that we already have, and the road study that we've done, that you guys have agreed to a maintenance plan. You'll see that when we get to the transportation tab. We still have Powell bill funds that we're budgeting and things like that, but this just means outside of the roundabout, which we've already set up, and we do have an allocation being put away for that, and we'll continue to do that until Bonds Grove Church Road that roundabout's complete. We are not putting anything aside in this budget for any future greenways and trails that we've not already started, or any additional savings in our streets and roads capital reserve counts, okay?
So Jill, can I just ask, and I'm trying to keep this simple layman's terms, if I have a household budget and all things staying the same, I have X amount of dollars coming in, we are basically living on the margins. We're not doing anything for a vacation. We're not doing anything for Bobby getting braces, air conditioning going out. We're basically, with this budget, revenue, we're living check to check, and we're living on the margins, praying in a year, because once we approve this budget, we don't get to go back and do it. We're basically living on the margins.
Yes and no. We do build into our budget every single year for things like emergency repairs in various departments, in roads and transportation, in maintenance of Village Hall. We do have money that you'll see in the budget that is set aside for any maintenance, repairs, and things that happen. So, but if it's something major or larger than, the 10, 15 to 30,000 that we've already budgeted for repairs or replacement of equipment or things that might break or need servicing during the year, then yes. But I don't want to make it seem like we don't have anything set aside when it comes to repairs or maintenance. We do, but not, a huge amount. And I also feel like I would be remiss to not point out that you do still have some unassigned fund balance that if we did find ourselves having to replace something that we hadn't accounted for, we could tap into it. But when I get ready to present to you all the sort of the capital and grants budgets for this fiscal year at the next meeting, I think you're going to see that unassigned fund balance is going to drop significantly, because I do have to allocate a lot of it to our portions of grant matches that are going to be coming due in the next 2 fiscal years. So, but I don't want you to feel that we don't have a savings in case we find ourselves in something. But you are correct that to present to you a fully revenue neutral balanced budget this year, I could not save really for a rainy day for anything outside of normal maintenance and repairs that we see in a typical fiscal year.
You brought up our matching for, so this also puts us in a position that for any future opportunities to do matching, we're not positioned for that either.
Not in a good position.
We are not in position to add any more matches. I mean, based on the fund balance that we have, unless y'all want to appropriate some more, we can do that when and if that time comes. I will say there are, organizations that do contribute some type of annual allotment to some type of of grant match. I know that the county at least does with some of their road projects, and I'm not saying we're at the county level, but we're really not at a place where we can, in our operating budget, appropriate anything, really.
Yeah, I would say between your construction payment match that you're going to have in 2 to maybe 3 years for the roundabout at Bonds Grove, and our match that we have remaining on the CRTPO and SCIF fund loop project, all of that, I would say it's very difficult for me to tell you that you'll have money that you could agree to enter into more match-type arrangements at this point.
Well, first off, I commend the entire staff for going through this process, and I think you've done a great job of identifying things where we can make specific cuts. Some I could argue, and some I could say, okay, I understand it, and I think it's something we can do. But thanks, staff, Jill, Christina, for really identifying this. But I just, again, as we go through this process from a council standpoint, government works different than our personal lives. I can go deliver pizzas if I need to, or go do something different. From a government, once we pass this budget, it's our budget. And I don't know, based on this, and I want to be I don't want to pay taxes at all. I don't. But trying to drive to revenue neutral, and I think it's the responsible thing to do. But I also think the thought around just living on the margin is not setting this council or future councils up for success, because we're never going to be able to have capital improvements that show Marvin to be who it is and who we are by just living on the margins. And I'm open to suggestions, and I'm open to someone to say this is where we need to be, and I'm good with that. But I also think that we always need to make decisions based on today, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years down the road. And God forbid something does come along that puts us outside the margins, because then we're going to look like we weren't ready and prepared and responsible enough to take care of it. So this isn't fun. Budget's not fun. Thank you for what you've done. You've done a tremendous job in doing this, but I think as we go through this, maybe we take the extra steps and the extra time to see, with the cuts, maybe where we can give and take. I think this is an opportune time to give and take.
Yeah, one question I have is, even in our own family finances and stuff, one of the realities we have to accept is that things do go up from year to year with inflation and things like that. So is there any extent to which just the normal costs of inflation to handle the things that we're currently doing are built into this revenue neutral number in a way? Because it's never really revenue neutral, right? If you're going back to revenue neutral and everything, costs more in this coming year, which tends to happen consistently, unless we're looking at revenue neutral without at least understanding that this year some things are going to cost more money, I don't think we would necessarily be being responsible. So how would we consider that and handle that?
So unfortunately, you're not allowed to take inflation into account when you're kind of spitting out your revenue neutral number. We, as a staff, did take inflation into account and just normal CPI when we were putting the expenses on the budget and when department heads were making their requests. However, when we had to calculate with the revenue neutral rate and we had to come up with a balanced budget, it sort of forced our hand to make some cuts across almost every department and just say, we're going to have to be a little bit leaner and a little bit tighter here to present you a revenue neutral balanced budget.
So in a sense that adjustment for inflation is reflected in the cuts that you're showing there?
Yes, pretty much.
But I think your question is, does the revenue reflect any type of adjustment for inflation? And if you think about it from going in to the budget already negative based on the fact that we didn't account for inflation in the revenue side, we had to in the expenditure because we're going to have to spend the money, but we didn't in the revenue side because we're not allowed to in terms of calculating the revenue neutral. So we're going in with a bottom negative baseline. That explains it.
Yeah, I got it, thank you.
It all makes sense. However, we don't want to be put in a position like one of our contractors did. Cost of, you know, we signed the contract with gas, with diesel prices at $3 a gallon, and diesel prices went up to $4 a gallon. Well, then they're coming back going, what do we do? Well, you signed the contract. Well, it doesn't, no one wins. And what, again, that's something to John's point. What happens when the repair, the asphalt, the concrete, whatever, goes up 15%? We're sitting here going, we can't go back. What are we just going to, we're going to stop a project? We're going to, I mean, we can. I mean, I'm not opposed to stopping a project if we can't afford it. But we have to consider these things as I want revenue neutral. You know what? Let's go less than revenue neutral. But something has to give, and I just say it all the time with people that I know, my kids. You can't live on the margins. When you live on the margins, you're going to get hurt, and it's going to come, and it's twice as bad. So what would cost you $1,000 is now going to cost you $2,000 because you tried to live on the margins. And again, I'm all for cutting taxes and cutting spending, all of that. I'm all for that. When there's just an abundance of things that are waste, fraud, and abuse. But I don't think this council, I don't think any constituents can come in here and say there's waste, fraud, and abuse in here. Because I think we've done an amazing job, staff has done an amazing job over the years that I've been here to make sure that's never even brought up. Again, I'm just making the point, before we sign off on a budget, and we do everything we possibly can to get revenue neutral, because that's what the constituents want, that's what we all want, but remind you that we can't live on the margins. And we can't, because if something does happen, there's only so many times you can go back to unassigned fund balance.
What, go ahead.
So does this budget also take into account, there's new homes that are being built and sold and things like that. Do these already account for an expected number of new homes coming into the pipeline? Or are they not able to be counted?
So if they weren't on the
So
books.
is there some upside available with
If
some
they
of the
weren't
new
on,
homes?
if they weren't on the
being built?
books as of January 1st, then they're not into this calculation, because that's when the tax bills, that's where they were factored in. So there is, if you look at your revenue neutral worksheet, there is that growth factor of, what, 2.46%, and that's kind of what the average has been. If you can look at the percentage changes over the last year since the last revaluation. So it's already calculating a assumed growth percentage based on what we've
Okay.
seen. But it does not account for anything that might be being built right now today, because we won't see that till the next go-round.
Did you say it was the state imposed that you can't include inflation? That makes no sense.
It's not, the revenue neutral worksheet is a formula. It's formula-based, and it doesn't have an allowance for inflation in there.
But it doesn't say we can't consider that, does it?
We can't alter the formulas when we are telling you what your revenue neutral rate is. You all, as a council, can say revenue neutral doesn't take into account inflation, and based on the current economy, we want to go higher. But that's what you're to do tonight, is
Right.
discuss those things.
Well, I think,
So I mean, you could essentially look at revenue neutral and say, all right, inflation is sitting at, I'm just going to use a number, 4%. I don't know what it is, but let's just say it's 4%. So we will go revenue neutral plus 4%, whatever that equates to, and that's where our baseline will be based on, you know, what we've just discussed tonight. And I'm not saying that's what you want to do, but if that's what that's your analogy of it, then that's what you could do. But you know, I don't know if y'all want to talk about it that way, if you want to go down and look at what some of the cuts were and see if they are just some that just, you can't stomach cutting, and have some conversations about those particular things.
So if we do, if we went down the path of 4%, do we have to assign it to a specific line item? So if we have an excess of $420,000 that comes in, do we have to assign it to a line item in the budget? Or is this something that can go into
I mean, you could,
unassigned fund balance?
I'm going to just make up some numbers just for illustration purposes, but let's say 4% of whatever our total is, and she's calculating it right now. Let's say it's $50,000. You could basically say, all right, we're going to put $10,000 in reserve, we're going to put $10,000 in lawnmower, we're going to put $20,000 in insurance. So 4%, and again, I don't know what inflation is, I just threw that number at the wall. So 4% is $136,000.
That's a half a penny, if you're tracking with what I told you earlier.
So we can figure out inflation. The last I checked, it was hovering around 3.5%. So it's probably pretty close to the 4%. We can check it and bring it back, but if you want to play with some numbers as to what's not stomachable from a cut standpoint, then we can play with numbers on the inflation, if that's how you want to do it.
I'd like to go through this list and talk about specific cuts.
Okay.
I think let's just get down to the nitty gritty. But one thing that I do not like, I mean, there's a lot that I don't like, but is that at the very bottom, it says no additional money is being set aside for roads or greenways. When we were at the neighborhood meeting last week, Bjorn was there, and Bjorn was like, yeah, you guys got a great response for these 2 future roundabouts that are coming. They're gonna be real expensive by the time they get there. Your portions of each of those is probably going to be $1.5 million each. So that is a big chunk of money that we're gonna have to start doling out, and that's gonna be our portion of it. So I'm just saying, you know, revenue neutral looks great until people are complaining about roundabouts and safety. So with that being said,
Just to
Yep.
tag on to that, so Jill, if we have to come up with $1.5 million per roundabout, now there's 2 in the pipeline, right, that we're talking about, that's $3 million. How long would it take us, and how much would it cost us to save for that, to be at that juncture when we gotta actually spend it? Because Kim's got a great point, and I'm curious as to what it's gonna take. I know, gold star for you, but what's it gonna take for us to get to those numbers that we don't have a choice but to get to those numbers? I mean, we're expected to pay that if the state's gonna come in and do those improvements, which we desperately need.
Hunter, I'm not misstating what he said to us in that meeting, correct? You can use your little microphone so you don't have to get up.
I would have to confirm, but it's either 1.5 and we would split it, and that's if the county has money in their critical intersection, similar how we do with bonds.
$300,000
Correct.
a year,
So even if it's 1.5 per each, that would be estimating if we solely paid the local match portion. So it's, I mean, it's better to save.
Let's just say, I mean, for saving purposes, we should really say 1.5, because in case we don't get the match. I mean,
If we get it, great. If we don't, then we have
Then
to be
we've got-
prepared for it,
right.
right? So if we got to come up with $3 million for matches on roundabouts, and what's the time frame on these roundabouts?
If we were to submit one of the projects this fall, when they do a call for projects, I mean, we'd still be looking at 5 years from construction.
5 years, okay, so 5 to 8 years for the 2.
Would they happen concurrently?
probably not.
Well, and not only that, but we already have a fund that we're accumulating for the first roundabout.
Yes, so
our
that's what I was
intent
going to
is
say.
to really only need to continue to build that for maybe another 2 or 3 years, I think, before it's expected to be utilized. we would keep that going and possibly have to supplement it,
We'd have to add
I
on.
think,
Oh, I think we would
is the way that we
definitely
would go about
keep it
that.
going, but we're definitely gonna have to
Our
supplement
number
it.
now is 900,000, right?
800 and,
Right around 900,000 that we're trying to attain in the next 2 years, right? So then after that, now we have 3 to 5 to come up with another 3 million. So this is what I'm trying to get to, is that if we don't start adding to that now, we're gonna be short
a lot.
a lot. Because
Okay.
we're only on the track of saving 900,000 with this over the,
So
Yeah.
last year, you all agreed to set aside 1 cent of your tax rate specifically for this capital project fund for what is initially the Bonds Grove roundabout. We did have conversations about after we have enough in that account for that roundabout, if these other roundabouts were to come to fruition, which it sounds like they likely will, that we could continue, modify that account to just be a general roundabout savings account, because Bonds Grove would be complete at that point. We, when presenting you a revenue-neutral balanced budget, did not adhere to the 1 cent, because now 1 cent, as I mentioned earlier, is worth $266,000. So what we did was we went back and read the ordinance that you had adopted, and because we had put the dollar amount of $167,000, we opted to continue with that number, and you'll find it on the transportation tab. It says that $167,000 is being transferred to your capital roundabout savings. So that is one way to sort of get there a little faster, would be to stick with the 1 cent allocation rather than the 166.
well, but
167.
99,000 more a year is not gonna get us there, is it?
No.
That's my point.
But
So
it'll get us,
Closer.
But it's not gonna, but close isn't good enough. Close is only good in hand grenades and horseshoes. So we gotta figure out what it's gonna take to get us there so that we're prepared for the time when it comes. Because it's not like it's an option, this is coming, it's gonna happen. So what do we have to do to get there? I mean, that's the reality.
One other thing you were overlooking is that in the override, we have to pay part of that too.
Right.
I mean, and if a roundabout's $5 million, then is it another $1 million override, then that we paid another 500,000?
It won't be that much, but still, you're right, we do have to, the overruns are, they have to be.
In the interest of us potentially running out of time, I think it would behoove us to sort of say, based on the roundabouts that are coming and what we think we need to start saving for, if we could start discussing a dollar amount, and, you know, you as a council think we need to try to be saving $250,000 every year for the next 5 years, or whatever you decide on, tell us that. We will note it down. Tell us if you're not okay with us not saving anything for any future greenways, and how much you would like to try to save. We'll note it down. And we're going to have to go back again and kind of tell you, based on the items you're telling us to put back in, and that you want to save for the roundabouts and you want to save for greenways, this is what, everything you've added back in, this is what it's going to take to get there. And I think that's probably the best way to kind of move this discussion along. And I also want to just say, since we are talking about roundabouts that are potentially going to start 5 years down the line and further, we also need to account for the fact that if we continue on this, and it sounds like we will have revals every 5 years or so, so every 4. So you're looking at probably another one in 29 to 30 that would also change your revenue for those future roundabouts. So just keep that in mind as well, okay?
okay, so, does anybody want to take a stab at this, or you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I just wanted to kind of elaborate. I didn't mean to, like.
No,
take
you're
over
fine.
the
No,
conversation.
I mean, I think it was needed. I mean, that's why I brought it up. Okay, so under this department cuts specific, so contingency, I think that we need to add that back in, just because I think you need to have the contingency fund. I think under general government, you can leave out the software Laserfish, the CIP project Laserfish, and the advertising branding, take those out. I think everything else we should leave in. I think those are all very important. I think we need to leave in the public safety for traffic control. Under the Parks and Rec, I think we need to just leave off the fireworks for now. We'll see how this year goes, and then if we want to add it back in for the following year, we can. Under Public Works, I think we need to leave off the decor materials, and we need to leave off the CIP items bucket truck and the capital savings for the bucket truck. And then I think we need to add more money in for the roundabouts, the 2 future roundabouts that are inevitably coming.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, can you go over general government one more time?
Sure can. Leave off advertising and branding carved logo, leave off software Laserfish, leave off CIP project Laserfish, and leave everything else in.
Did you also say you wanted to increase contingency when you started? Back up to 50,000, yes?
Yes. Now, if anybody has any disagreements, let's definitely talk about them. Please. But I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we're not taking into consideration roads, roundabouts, and even trails and greenways.
So I know I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse on this one, but do you want me to add any increase in for traffic control with the anticipation of Stacy Howie or some other?
Yes, because it doesn't do any good to do it when
If
we
we're
know we
not
have a problem,
enforcing it.
if we can't enforce it.
Okay.
So I think that we do need to put that back in. And just for comparison's sake, because we said that inflation's between 3.5% and 4%, if we add these back in, that Kim has mentioned, which I'm totally fine with, does that put us in the same ballpark as a 4%?
We're adding it up right now as you guys go over it, so
I'm just,
we'll have,
because that, I want to try to compare the two, because, you know, these things that we're taking off that Kim wants to put back in are things that we need. I mean, we're talking about cutting $500 on power. I mean, okay, that's something that we've got to have. I mean, these are some things that are some pretty deep cuts that inflation
we're
is certainly
providing-
affecting.
Depends on if we're providing staff with blankets or not providing blankets in the winter when it's cold.
I mean,
I mean,
these are inflationary numbers. I mean, this is from
I know, but
inflation, that's why I'm saying.
I like where you're going, Andy, but again, I think I think this should be separated from the inflation piece. Because to me, the 4% should be in there regardless of what we do here.
Well, I think what my point is, Jamie, I think is what the $500 cut on the power is because that's an inflation from last year's power to what
I got you.
it's
I got what
coming.
you're-
And
I got what you're
that's
saying.
correlating with the 4% increase in inflation. So these are the things that they're trying to cut to get us to where to revenue neutral just isn't a reality, is my point.
Well, it's not, when you look at all the things we just discussed.
Right.
I'd love to get to revenue neutral, but,
too,
but I think this should be separate from, I think the 4% should be put in. My belief is the 4% should be put in, and that's kind of a staple. That's put over here. And knowing that it doesn't have to go to a line item, it's got to be incumbent upon future councils to look at that money as where it needs to go and how it needs to be handled.
Because if we kick the can down the road and if we don't go up with inflation, then we're going to find ourselves in a position where we did, if you recall, several years ago, where past councils weren't putting that inflationary thing in with staff salaries and all that stuff, and we were in a really bad bind because we were so far behind. And that was from kicking the can down the road, and we don't want to get ourselves or any future council in that position again by kicking the can. So I have to agree with you that 4% should we need to look at that as an automatic because of increasing expenses. And anybody out there that has a home budget has to look at that too, because everything is going up, and you can only squeeze the balloon so many times in either direction, or you've got to start making more money. So what do? You go to your boss and you look for more money, or you look for another job to get more money to maintain status quo, right? So that's, I mean, that's just the reality of things.
To go back to the overrun, where do we, because they're going, have we built a roundabout without any overruns? So we need to look at that and come up with a number on that also. How much on, not only on Boggs Grove, but the other two that's coming? Are we gonna look at a percentage, or are we gonna look at a percent of how much money they want us to put in?
I would think that I would prepare for at least a 10% overrun of our match.
One thing I would say, though, is that I don't know that we need to build in overruns specifically, and the reason why is because what we've seen, whether it be with roundabouts or any other DOT-sponsored projects, is they can get kicked down the road further as well. So, you know, if we do create a proper funding mechanism for roundabouts going forward to account for what we have remaining on the Bonds Grove and the others, you know, if we're being realistic in what the dates could be, but then with the understanding that they may get kicked down the road, that 1 year of getting kicked down the road may cover any cost for overruns as well. So I don't think we necessarily want to overfund that, but we want to be responsible to it.
I mean, it's realistic to think 10% of our match should be.
Are we all in agreement that a funding mechanism should be in place for the roundabouts? Yes. Regardless of budget, where we're at?
You have two options. You have one, that we account for it in the budget, year over year, or two, we just kick the can down the road, which is irresponsible of us, and look at a future council and say, you're gonna probably have to come up with a bond, you're gonna probably have to come up with something, and, you know, we know, we've walked down that path before. So I think we have to be, my view is we don't kick the can down the road, that's irresponsible. But short of not just going, okay, let's just try to eat the elephant in one bite, we're not trying to do that either. So somewhere between kick the can and do it in one bite.
Do we have a number for the 3 roundabouts, or proposed 3 roundabouts? That you would like?
We would have the remaining expected balance on the Bonds Grove one, and then $3 million for the other. And then we just have to put it into the calendar of what we need to cover that.
I'll also add, we'll have those cost estimates next month, and then we can, which will allow you, I mean, for right now, for sake, but we'll have a better idea for cost estimates. We can take to our local match for a more ideal number.
I got one more thing to say, is that people out there, you really don't understand how this dollar amount comes up, because the county comes to us and says, we're gonna build this roundabout. They don't ask us how much we can do, they tell us how much money that they're expecting.
need.
Yep, and that could be $500,000, $1.5 million, whatever they come up with. So it's not what we're saying we can do.
I'm just going to throw this out on the table on that conversation, which was really good. They also talked about traffic lights, which were cheaper. Now, we're all talking about roundabouts. We're trying to stop traffic coming through Marvin, and the roundabouts are making people flow through Marvin. And when I heard that, I was saying, okay, so what's your feeling about that, Hunter?
I was going to jump in earlier on this. In short, yes, the two options are a roundabout and a light. It is up to the council's discretion on which solution we want to go and apply for funding through CRTPO with. So it's really up to the discretion of council of which project. We will have those cost estimates and those 30%, or the preliminary designs for both of those solutions.
I would like to see something else. If you put lights out, how long will the lights handle the
Some of
5 years, 10 years?
Some of that is taken into consideration with this critical intersection design project. However, the point you're making does, potentially that would hurt our scoring with CRTPO, which would then maybe hurt our chances of getting it funded. So that is something we would have to consider, when we go to apply.
And the county also also told us that the most popular preferred option were the roundabouts. And
one-
which I think we have to, as we're giving our recommendation, we need to take that into account.
And one of the other things, Bob, and I understand your point, and it's a good point, but here on the flip side of it, intersections with traffic control devices are notorious for worse wrecks and more wrecks because of rear-end accidents and T-boning. Okay, so the roundabouts are a much safer option for people traversing intersections because there are no T-bone. It's a glancing blow if people do connect, and they're much slower speeds through the roundabouts than there are at 45 and somebody pulling out, running a red light. And I know you've seen plenty of people run red lights in your lifetime. So it's more about safety in these intersections than necessarily just the flow. The other thing is if it would, the backups that would create on Waxhaw Marvin Road, for one, just for that one, would be incredible during high traffic volume times. It would be a nightmare for everybody in the village to traverse the village, being that that's our main artery through the village.
So we've got about 5 minutes left in this budget work session. This is our last work session before we present to you all the final budget. So we need a little direction, well, before we present to you the one that you will likely take action on.
think if
We
you
have
com-
one more.
I
We have
think-
one more budget work session.
I think if you combine the 4%, does anyone oppose the 4%?
No.
So you want us to start with a baseline of whatever the CPI is, 4%, 3%, whatever it is.
Let's go with 4.
Okay,
Because these are easy numbers that we can move. Go with the 4%, go with the changes that Kim had suggested.
within that 4% encompass those changes or in addition to?
In addition to, those are totally,
Okay.
4% is over here. That's a
Okay.
different bucket, totally different bucket. What she said over here, that's just done,
Okay.
Separate
And
of
then
that.
whatever the difference is, we will put into some type of roads, greenways. We can figure that part out later. Is that what I'm hearing? So some other type of
Yes.
capital reserve?
But what I also would like to get are the numbers, and Hunter's going to be, he said he's going to be getting more specific numbers coming soon, and if we can plug these in and see what a realistic number is for these intersection improvements, what we need to save for every year, that would be a help for us to figure out what we've got to actually put in there, because,
would be a separate bucket beyond
Okay.
Yeah,
So I think we know what we need to do. We have one more work session before we actually go to approve it, so we'll have one more conversation similar to this, based on what direction you've given us tonight.
Does anybody have any issues with what I said to put back in? Was there anything that you don't want to put back in of what I said?
I just wanted to clarify, so when you were saying the advertising, branding, the software Laserfiche, and the CIP Laserfiche, you were saying that those are cuts,
So leave those, continue to leave those out
as cuts, and to keep
and
the
to
other
put everything
things.
else back in.
Oh, okay, all right,
I'm
that's what I was
sorry.
going to ask.
So
All right.
the bucket truck being one to cut.
Which the other things
was
are the
one of the
lower
largest.
priced ones,
Yeah,
for the most
for the
part.
most part,
And
yeah.
no, just so I'm clear, no reserve for capital, for bucket truck at all, like
No,
zero?
I mean, I say no
Yeah.
for right now.
we don't have to have
The
that
only
right
one,
now.
other one that I kind of popped out, it's a little bit, it's a kind of a bigger number, is the CIP project athletic field study.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine cutting that for this year.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have a place for it right now, and if,
I wouldn't mind, I hate
I hate cutting it,
I
period,
hate
but
it
I
because this is,
don't mind.
that talks to our kids and opportunities for our kids down the road. It doesn't have, but,
Well,
Are
keep
we-
in
are
mind,
we
that-
in- are we
that's
in that
having a
place?
professional study done. I think we, are, as a village, are still going to work on, taking steps to try to foster that and to do something, like that.
Then if it's going somewhere.
And then if
next
it's
year-
going something, then it makes more sense to
I'm fine with
maybe
that.
get the professionals involved.
That's fine with
so
me as
cutting
well.
that one
So
out.
cut that one,
So,
yeah.
yep.
Anybody else have anything that they that I said cut, but you were like, no, we should put that back in, or something that I didn't say cut, and you're just like, oh, yeah, we should definitely cut that?
Would you just go through the ones you said in Public Works again?
Yeah, Public Works, cutting, so continuing to get rid of the decor materials, pole banners, the CIP bucket truck facility study, and the capital savings for bucket truck.
Yeah.
Most of the stuff is,
I mean, I hate the facility study, but unless we've got that broken down into a separate number, and we can look at that, but for the most part, I think that both need to just be done for this year.
And then you're saying that the fireworks would continue to be cut on the front page,
Yep.
on the Parks and Rec and the CIP project? that
Yep.
That would still be cut?
Continue to be cut, correct.
And we're adding in another 6,500 in off-duty, just so y'all know. 6,500 in off-duty, we're adding, we're basically times 2 on the off-duty.
Yeah. The only thing that I would say is with the project that we've got with the park next to the town hall, Marvin Day. Grand idea, good idea, but it doesn't have to be, just a thought, it doesn't have to be an annual thing. It could be something that, in other words, I'm talking about all of Marvin Day, I'm not talking about fireworks, I'm talking about the whole thing, and saving it for possibly a grand opening celebration and everything for the park next door, when that would open up. So in other words, just Marvin Day was good, we've seen it feather down over the past couple of years. That's a lot of chunk of change of what we're contributing to it, but just a thought, that's all. It doesn't have to be.
So just, I'll just bring you back to one comment that we made last year when we decided not to budget for any revenues because it was just getting complicated with just
Right.
1 or 2 people fundraising. We ultimately ended up budgeting 0 in revenue for Marvin Day, but we did the efforts anyway at a staff level. We just didn't want to make it so burdensome that we were really relying on that revenue to offset the expenditure. We've obtained about $7,000 to date in sponsorship funding for Marvin Day, so it's about, is that 7,100? So
Okay.
just note that there is some level of offset on that too.
And real quick, what do we set aside every year for acquisition of road? Is it just through POW bill?
So I don't remember exactly when y'all made this determination. It was within the last 6 months, 8 months. We said we were going to put around $150,000 each year into roads, with offsetting every other year being acquiring new ones. And then the opposite year would be to do some type of preventative maintenance on what we currently own. So essentially $75,000 a year, if you look at it that way.
Real quick, pole banners, the 15,000 for pole banners materials, so we'll have no more pole banners.
Yeah, we took it out because we really needed the bucket truck in order.
Not those banners, like decorative pole
Gotcha.
banners.
Okay,
All
okay.
right. I'm like,
Sorry.
okay, that's great.
So we-
Not these out here advertising for our event banners.
Okay. Go
New
ahead. Good deal.
decorative.
wanna
Just so
make
we
sure.
can wrap this up for our next meeting, I do have to just briefly ask and touch base on that CIP page where we do have potentially trails in progress that I don't currently have money budgeted to finish the next phases of them. Since you're having us go back to the drawing board on this budget, is there anything you want us to look at or do for some of that?
Are you talking about the 435?
Correct.
Not until I see the numbers that we're getting ready to come back with.
Okay, perfect.
I can't. I need to see those, I need to see what those numbers look like.
And just food for thought while we're looking at the CIP page. The numbers that we have here budgeted for the Village Hall Park, I mean, obviously that's in the capital project budget, so you're not seeing it in your operating budget. But just so you all know, this is kind of what we anticipate. We don't know what it's actually going to be until we get those bids, so we could see those numbers come in a little bit higher. So we saw that with Village Hall, so I'm just telling you to be prepared on at least that aspect of it.
Okay.
Anything else from you guys?
Any other questions before we
Yeah.
need a motion to adjourn this budget meeting for tonight?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. As a quick bio break, and then we'll get started with our next meeting.
You're welcome. You're welcome, sir.
Everything? Okay. I can do that. And do you want me to grab the signing sheet? Hi, Mr. Rose. How are you? Yeah. It's just kind of what you do. Yeah, it is my job. But it's nice.
Hey, how you doing, Gary? You doing well? Yeah, I am. What's that? No, yeah, not, I don't think so. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, yeah. An hour 2 hours last night. You were there too, yeah. 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 Yeah, it's, you know, inevitably, when you have folks that are there that have particular concerns and stuff, you know, we got to be careful not to talk about a specific situation, you know, so it was kind of riding a tightrope there for a little bit, you know, but no, overall, I think it was good. I'm glad we taped it because I think it'll be very good for a lot of people that didn't come to the meeting to maybe pick up on sometime, you know, and be able to kind of review it because, you know, it's tough, you know, you elect your local officials and, you know, you want them to do the things that they want, but there's so many handcuffs that we have from the state level and stuff. That's the hard part to kind of balance, you know. Yeah.
What's that? What is this?
Don't fear, a couple more weeks and the ugly stuff won't be flying in here anymore. Maybe you can.
It's actually hasn't, I mean, it's been bad, but I actually haven't felt bad, which is good. I feel a little tickle. Just that lingering.
Budget works.
We all back?
I think so. Give me a
Austin,
second.
you ready?
All right. Who are we missing? Wayne?
He was literally right, he's right there. I was like, he's right there.
She's hiding from us. All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Village Council regular meeting Tuesday, April 8th, 2025 to order. I show the time at 6:07 PM. I show we have a full quorum. That said, we're going to move right into the adoption of the agenda. Do we have any changes?
I need to add under presentations, signing ceremony for proclamation for Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 18th to 24th, 2025.
And where's that going?
That is going under presentations.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
I do not have anything else.
Anyone else? All right, I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Next up, we have the adoption of the previous minutes. Did you guys get a chance to read those? Any questions? Comments? No changes? We need a motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Next up, we have Pledge of Allegiance. Amen, amen. All right, moving on, public comment period.
Okay.
Do we have anyone signed up?
We do. First up is Bill Morgan. You're speaking on the public hearing, right? Okay, this is just for general comments now. I'll come back to you when we get to the public hearing.
That's a public comment. I mean,
Public
that's a
hearing.
public hearing. That's down in a few, down the agenda. Anyone else here for public comment?
You've got Paula Smith, 1840, is that Tanglebriar Road? Court.
All right.
You're welcome to come up if you
So
like.
just a reminder, I'll have you state your name, address, and we give you 3 minutes to speak. There's no interaction, so whatever you say can be
And press
on
the
the
button
record.
on the mic.
Kim is going to time you, and we'll go
Green.
from there.
Okay,
Welcome.
my name is Paula Smith. I live at 1840 Tanglebriar Court over in Weddington. I'm actually the current president of the Waxhaw Weddington Rotary Club, so I come tonight to talk to you about 2 different things. As most of you are probably aware, with civic organizations, we're always looking to expand and grow our membership, and we are next-door neighbors to both you guys and to Wesley Chapel. So we would be interested very much so in having you, I think, Mary, you've actually come to one of our meetings in the past, to come and find out what we're all about, and maybe the opportunity of having a Rotary Day or a Rotary Information Day here in Marvin, to reach out to your community members to see if they would be interested in possibly joining with us, either forming a Rotary Club of Marvin, a standalone club, or possibly a satellite club to what we already have. We're also going to speak to the mayor over at Wesley Chapel, and we currently have as members the mayor from Weddington and the mayor from Waxhaw, and the previous mayor, Craig Horn. So all 3 have been members and are longstanding members. When a mayor is a member, and we have a town, then we also include everyone else. So not only just the mayor can be a member, but that would include if anyone else wanted to come. It's kind of like a corporate membership. So I hope in the future, if I send you an email, you can put a name and a face together, and you'll say, oh, I remember that lady when she came to speak to me. The second part is that we are very involved with our community partners, the Common Heart, food pantries, the shelters, the schools and literacy programs, but Rotary is also an international organization, and we have a big project coming up in May, specifically May 10th, at the Waxhaw Elementary School, where we hope to pack 20,000 meals in 2 hours to ship to countries that are facing food shortages, whether it's man-made or from natural disaster. The only thing I'm asking for is for volunteers. We need about 100 members of our community to get together for 2 hours to reach that accomplishment. So I have flyers. I don't know if I'm allowed to leave you a flyer. Scouts, I just gave one to the scouts in the back of the room, teens that need volunteer hours for school, church groups, school groups, we would love to have anyone. So all the information is on the QR code, and if you could help us out, we would certainly appreciate it, and I do hope that you will come to one of our meetings. Thursday mornings, breakfast at the Swim and Racket Club. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paula.
That's all for public comment.
All for public comment, thank you. Next up, we have, you beat the timer. There you go. Next up, we have feedback from the previous public comment period. How are we doing this?
So we're going to kind of do it like we did last time. I don't know if we're going to run the slideshow while we're doing it or not. Christina, are we going to run the slideshow when we're doing this? Okay.
I'm pulling it up.
So, yeah, you're good. I'm just going to start talking. So we typically, or we don't, not typically, we don't interact with constituents because it is a public comment period, not a public interaction period. So we have, we're really trying to give feedback, clear up any information that's out there by doing this. So I'm going to kind of start off with how are some of the past and current priorities of council formed. Our community survey played a very large role in that. In addition to our 2020 Greenway Master Plan, our 2020 Future Land Use Plan Map, and our 2020 Land Use Plan. The survey revealed, you can kind of look at this, I'm not going to hit all of these, but they revealed a majority of the respondents wanted trails, greenways, sidewalks, recreational opportunities, as well as if there was going to be a heritage district area, what the preferences are, small-scale businesses like coffee shops, restaurants, specialty retail. We've heard some conflicting priorities over the last year, and we have advised staff to budget funding in fiscal year 25-26 for a new community survey, to revise the 2020 Greenway Master Plan, and for a comprehensive land use plan. Until those updates and revisions are finalized and adopted, Council has taken the approach to use the guidance provided by current adopted plans. Government work takes time because it's built to be careful and thorough. Government processes are designed to be thorough and deliberate, ensuring that decisions are well considered and policies serve the public effectively. While this means things may take time, it also helps create more stable and carefully crafted outcomes. Good policies aren't rushed, they're made to last. I know, I kind of skipped around. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Then I spoke about, the last meeting was about the background of the Marvin Heritage District, and I was speaking from what my perception as a citizen was. But to get more specific, as you can see, in October 2004, the Village Center District became a goal, and it was actually part of and becoming a part of the land use plan. In the meeting last night, the Planning and Development meeting, talking about how land use plans and how they're developed, it actually, in 2016, it's actually required by law. So this land use plan was put together in 2004 as a vision. It started to take hold in March of 2012, identifying the village of Marvin as having a center, a village area of growth. And then in 2014, it was in a land use plan again as it was updated. And then it became a part after the community survey, which Councilman Vandenberg just went over and said, okay, this is now part of that survey. This is what the community had wanted. And then it really took hold in June and July of 2020, where there was an actual village center and a study starting to be done of how such a thing, how the village center would be set up, how it would be zoned, that sort of thing. One of the comments I made, I said two things in specifics. I said, first off, out of that design, we had obviously the 68 homes that are being developed, and I said that part of that is, other areas probably were, and I used the term clear-cut. A citizen actually said to me, and when I used the term clear-cut, and I said Marvin Creek subdivision was probably clear-cutted, a citizen took the time to say, I've got some history to provide to you about that particular property, which I really appreciate because I'm really into the history of Marvin. Some people know about Inherit the Land that was written by Gene Stowe that kind of went all the way back to the village center where the churches were, and it's a great book to read. But I didn't realize, and I thank the citizen who actually sent it to me, that the developer of Marvin Creek, and I'm going to look at it, was a Paulette Kerr. Paulette Kerr actually had farmland, probably about 539 acres, and wanted to actually put half-acre homes on it. So probably it wasn't clear-cutted. I was using an offhanded comment, but nonetheless, it was developed, which gets into development. It was kind of, well, as I have here, the council, as I have a newspaper clipping here, the council actually voted no to that and went for larger plots of land. There was actually a lawsuit that involved that. Another comment I made was we were talking about that when it comes to developer greenways to kind of connect to the Heritage District. I had made a comment that I said, you know, greenways were probably considered safe, and it was an offhanded comment. So it was considered safe 15 years ago. By some folks' perceptions, it's considered not. The person actually said that, well, way back when, and I actually have an article here from 2004, that a developer, his name is Poore, P-O-O-R-E, was developing a subdivision in Wyndham Hall. And they actually wanted to put greenways in that, and the subdivision, the residents in there did not want a greenway. This was way over 15 years ago. So obviously it's interesting people's perceptions, history, that was brought to my attention. So I really appreciate the citizen bringing this and kind of saying, well, you know, got some history for you to go through. So greenways were not considered safe back then by this particular developer who pulled that project. But nonetheless, the Village of Marvin District was really put together in the land use plan. As you can see there in 2020, the Marvin land use plan was adopted. The Marvin Heritage District in 2021 area plan was adopted. And as forth, it's the way it is now. And it's going to become a project, an exciting project. As you can see, it's starting to become that. So that's a little bit of the history of that.
Thank you, Robert. Who's next?
All right, so was Village Hall built without adequate stormwater control measures? Shorter answer is no. Village Hall was built in accordance with Village Ordinance 151.062, which adopted and incorporated provisions contained in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Stormwater Manual. In addition, NCDEQ follows their provisions, and the lot was disturbed less than an acre, so NCDEQ does not govern anything less than an acre unless there is a larger plan in place at the time. And there was not at that time. We also had a professional engineer, as required by our ordinance, calculate and administer the development of Village Hall construction plans. And they developed the stormwater on our site,
And
which was
Councilman,
built to that standard.
Councilman Wortman, I'll just kind of interrupt occasionally if you don't mind. I just wanted to point out to you real fast, the circle that's on the screen here is the actual engineered stamp from our site plans, just so you all know. An engineer did run the calculations on all the water. They did professionally seal their professional engineer license to our planning documents. So we've heard a lot of conversations about we didn't go through the proper process. We did. There's the engineer stamp, and he's signed his professional license to those set of plans.
Okay, what mechanisms are put in place to ensure all development proposals and approvals are adequately planned and properly manage stormwater runoff and flooding? The new Marvin Development Ordinance states as follows. In order to prevent flooding and damage to properties, all developments disturbing an acre or more of land and having net increased impervious built upon area exceeding 24% of the total area of the development site minus all built upon area that was developed before the adoption of the NBO shall provide stormwater detention to control the peak runoff from the 2, 10, 25, 50, and 100-year 24-hour storm events to pre-development levels. Developments disturbing less than 1 acre and are not part of a common plan of development are exempt from this stormwater detention regulation, which covers most residential developments in the village. Why are stormwater control and management plans not available for all proposed development projects currently being considered? Projects are not likely to submit that level of construction plans until they are closer to development, as all approvals are contingent upon compliance with all the aforementioned local and state regulations and laws. There are currently 3 proposed and/or approved developments to illustrate different phases stormwater control measure planning approval. As you can see, we have Marvin Oaks. It's awaiting rezoning request consideration. No applicant will not even start construction plans until a rezoning request is approved. Marvin Grove, zoning is approved, waiting construction plan approval, and Heritage of Marvin has 100% approval. How are you planning stormwater control measures with the Village Hall Park project? As mentioned in the previous question, stormwater control measures and post-construction stormwater programs must meet requirements of both Marvin Village ordinances and requirements of NCDEQ requirements. And projects over 1 acre or more are required to have on-site stormwater control measures. The Village Hall site combined with the newly proposed Village Hall Park, i.e. common plan of development, will exceed 1 acre and therefore will include stormwater control measures as follows. So you can see that there are 2 retention areas that are built into this plan that will control the water that goes across Village Hall property.
Councilman Mortman, real fast, can you just, real quick, I know there's been a lot of misconception about the old Village Hall plans and how they were changed, and there was some stormwater retention ponds in the old plans, and subsequently, the previous council removed those set of plans to restart for some tree preservation. Can you provide a little bit of history on that?
So originally in 2017, the plans were that we were going to develop a larger than 1 acre site, which required sediment ponds. One of the sediment ponds was placed in an area that would have to remove heritage trees. Those trees were not the desire of council to be removed, so that plan was scrapped. It was no longer sent to engineers. It was not going to be used. Subsequently, the plan that we have in place now was redesigned, and it disturbed less than 1 acre, and therefore there was not a need for that retention pond so that we could save the trees, basically. That was the bottom line. So this is why we have the plan that we are sitting on now. Now, as we have gone over 1 acre of disturbance with the addition of the Village Hall Park, that has triggered the current plan, which consists of 2 retention structures. These will be a little bit different. They're going to have some underwater retention, or underground retention, and some plantings that will absorb a bunch of surface water. So it's a lot more aesthetically pleasing and not nearly as much of an impact on the environment for these particular types of retention structures. If all developments have been adequately planned, why would certain properties be witnessing flooding issues? There could be an array of matters individually or collectively causing issues for a parcel. The ultimate analysis would require an individual hydraulic and hydrological study of the parcel in question. These studies shall be conducted by professional engineers at the property owner's expense, as these can be costly. Residents have reported concerns of flooding, stormwater runoff, erosion, etc. It is important to note that several combinations of any of the following could be factors. Individual issues pertaining to one particular property, for example, the topography or poor grades of the lot, clogged house gutters or storm drains on personal property sides, etc. Issues caused by a neighbor property, so that would institute a civil matter between the two if that situation arises. Properties in or close proximity to a FEMA-declared special flood hazard area and/or issues related to natural blockages downstream in the specialized hazard area. So you could have down trees, you could have beaver dams, you could have any number of things that could be downstream backing the water up. Heavy rain event. There are many of these storm drainage easements are dry during most of the time, but they are engineered to handle when we have extreme rains, like your 100-year flood or your 50-year flood rains. We have very high rain rates in a short period of time. So these are designed to take this. It's common that you will have some erosion in some of these areas during these events. That's just part of of how it works. Has the village done anything to address flooding concerns residents are experiencing now? Absolutely. In response to flooding issues witnessed over the last few years, the village has conducted an array of efforts. In 2021, Village Hall was constructed in accordance with Marvin Ordinance and NCDEQ regulations for post-construction stormwater management as calculated and sealed by a professional engineer. September 2022, requested assistance of North Carolina Department of Transportation to conduct a hydrologic study of drainage flows and capacities around Village Hall property from their 24-inch culvert under the section of road between the two roundabouts, completed in 2023 with no findings of necessary changes. Now, I will note with this pipe, before the roundabouts were installed, there was an existing pipe under the road. This pipe had been crushed and not flowing for many years. Where the water was going, I have no idea how it was naturally being diverted. Upon the findings from the contractor who built the roundabouts, NCDOT came back subsequently, and you can see the repair in the road, and put a 24-inch pipe from one end of the road, one side of the road to the other, which transfers all of the water from the ditch that runs on the opposite side of Newtown Road from Village Hall. This water, I have witnessed, is significant on significant rainfalls, and it spews out of that pipe like Niagara Falls across the property. This pipe was put in a similar time frame as to when Village Hall was built. It was there prior to the construction, but not long before the construction. That water was taken into account by our engineers that's the reason why there's a moat around the building, to divert it around the building.
But if people can look at the image on the screen, I've circled the actual pipe, so you can see these are the site plans directly from our engineered sealed Village Hall construction plans. You see the pipe. This is the image that it's pulled from, and then I just blew it up on the opposite side. So you can see that all the hydro studies that were done in relation to the calculations that Village Hall would account for that pipe. So that was in our engineer studies already.
We also...
And I'll add to, if you don't mind,
Okay.
there was some discussion about the old construction plans. The old construction plans did not even include the pipe for whatever reason, have no clue why, but had we built the plans as originally put here, that pipe calculation would not have been included into those hydro studies. So luckily, we did not, because we would definitely have an issue there.
Now, we did have multiple conversations with NCDOT about this pipe. One of the questions that we asked was, why did that pipe not go into the existing drain ditch along Marvin School Road and go on down to the creek? Their response to us was that their downstream capacity would not handle that water in that ditch. So therefore, that's why they just dumped it off onto Village Hall property. We battled back and forth with them on several occasions to no avail. They said, tough luck. So
We, just to refresh your memory, Councilman Wortman, we also at the time requested a study from NCDOT, drainage study, and they actually came out and did a study on the adjacent property and the kind of drainage area there, and then our property all the way along, basically our corridor here. So we did do a hydraulic study, or we didn't, but NCDOT did at the time, and they did recommend no changes being made to any of the ditch swellings and that kind of stuff with Village Hall. That was done, I think, in 2021, if I remember correctly.
So, moving forward to spring of '24, Village of Marvin staff conducted a preliminary analysis of blockages along Marvin Branch, a stream that runs between Marvin Creek and the preserve, that could potentially be causing downstream flow issues. An array of blockages was identified which required further professional analysis, and subsequently, village staff wrote a stream flow rehab assistance program grant that was awarded on June 27th of '24. In the amount of $300,000 by North Carolina Division of Soil and Water Conservation. Over the next 6 months, staff wrote a request for qualifications for engineering firms to complete the work and subsequently conducted an in-depth analysis and interviews to determine the most qualified firms. Summer of '24, Marvin Loop Stormwater Assessment Study, an engineering firm hired to conduct a hydrologic and hydraulic study of areas near the village's trail along Marvin School Road and Joe Carr Road. The findings resulted in several areas within the NCDOT right-of-way. Village staff coordinated with NCDOT Maintenance Division to redefine ditches, clean out, repair culverts, and remove abandoned, non-functioning culverts. Remaining work identified in the scope of recommendations will be assessed in the spring or summer of 2025 to see if mitigation efforts from NCDOT solve the issues. This was done in a phased approach to mitigate cost of taxpayers of the Village of Marvin and if the efforts from NCDOT help mitigate concerns. Fall of '24, Village hired an engineering firm to conduct a full stormwater inventory on all Village and NCDOT-owned residential subdivision roads. The intent of this inventory was to develop a comprehensive analysis of stormwater infrastructure located within the public right-of-way and assess conditions to develop a maintenance plan that assures adequate functioning of the village's stormwater network. That inventory should be completed in the next 2 months, and staff have already made budget allocations in fiscal year '25-26 and earmarked future financial needs to regularly assess conditions identified herein. The '24-25 Union County Hazard Mitigation Plan process. Union County conducted a multi-jurisdictional process involving 3 counties and several municipalities in the formation of the Cabarrus-Stanley Union County Hazard Mitigation Plan. 7 of the 11 goals that Marvin implemented over the next 5 years involved flooding, erosion control actions such as identification and development of process to address street drainage issues, creating a stormwater management plan, restricting development on slopes greater than 15%, assessing drainage culverts, etc.
Real fast, too, I just wanted to point out the Stream Flow Rehabilitation Assistance Program grant. This is the area that we studied in terms of writing the grant application. It primarily affects those in the preserve and then those in Marvin Creek, Innisbrook, Marvin Estates. So I just wanted to show a couple of images because this is definitely not helping the situation. I can't say that it's the root cause of everything, but if you see the very top picture, there's a collapsed culvert there that's definitely not allowing proper water flow to go through. That's, if I'm not mistaken, that's an NCDOT pipe. We've requested them to come out and fix it. I'm not sure if they've done so yet. They have not. This will be part of the entire study of the area of the Marvin Branch. I'm just going to show you some pictures so you can see just how bad the flow of this creek is. There's a lot of remnants there. Those are obviously not beaver dams, but if you'll see beaver dams that are at the very top or beaver dam remnants that were never properly cleared up. Same here. So a lot of these issues are definitely not helping the situation. So we subsequently in this meeting, we do have this engineering grant of approximately $170,000 that the council is committing this grant funding to go out and study that entire area. Again, it's going to be the area right here that where you basically see that line. So we're putting money into that project to try to figure out how we can help, and then we'll put the rest of that into some type of construction mechanisms to hopefully reduce some of those issues.
Okay. So, that's happening now. We on 3/27, we approved the agreement with Dewberry to do what she just described. January through April of '25, consideration of comprehensive engineering analysis of village streams. The village has also been working to prepare a scope of service to conduct a stream condition analysis. The intent of this study is to assess all streams within Marvin to identify potential problem areas, create peak flow and flooding analysis, and provide recommendations on future projects that match available state and federal funding sources. This project will include a public input process to allow assistance in the identification and prioritization of issues. Staff expect to finalize scope of work with proposed firm by late spring 2025 for consideration. So that means that we're looking at every stream within the village, and any of you who live near streams throughout the village, if you can look at your streams and identify some of these things, that will help us get to these things faster if you have a problem in your particular area. So we'll be in that process for the next few months. Fall engineering analysis and implementation of issues identified in engineering reports and analysis of the stream bank rehab assistance program. How can the conditional zoning process within Marvin Heritage District work to promote and assure safety, security, and noise control?
I think that's mine.
That's you. That's, yep.
But to tag on to, and I'll ask the question again, as I did the last time, to both Christina and to Andy, because I believe that when this was, the reason this is touched upon was because, from a Village Hall standpoint, because there was an insinuation that this council and staff skipped, deleted, skipped over, didn't follow, whatever word you want to kind of plug in there, the issues with the stormwater and the ponds. And I'll ask the question again. If we skip, did over, didn't, ignore, whatever the case may be, would we have received a CO, certificates of occupancy?
No. No. County won't issue it if it's not, if the stormwater provisions are not
So if we did something wrong, or we skipped something, or we didn't do something to standard, would we have received a certificate of occupancy?
No.
Okay, because that was the insinuation.
It wasn't an insinuation.
What's that?
It wasn't an insinuation. They flat out said that we didn't do these things, and we changed our plans, and we didn't get permits, so it wasn't an insinuation.
Okay, well, we've addressed it.
Let's hope so.
Okay. Next up is how can the conditional zoning process within the Village Marvin Heritage District work to promote and assure safety, security, noise control, in addition to the village's existing regulations and processes? I'm not going to go through all of the reading of this. I'm sure this is going to be, sent out and for everyone's. But the conditional zoning process, it is, for a lot of people, when a developer or someone comes in and they want a change to zoning, they work with Hunter, and there are a lot of steps taken that are addressed, that they have to look at our ordinances and all the kind of regulations that are there, and they are addressed with Hunter, and then Hunter passes that on to staff, and then it goes a lot of times to the planning board, and the planning board too. So when you start looking at getting a conditional zoning approval or change in the zoning, there's a lot of steps that take place in order for that to happen. And a lot of the issues are then addressed, so by the time it does get to the planning board or to council, many of these issues have been either addressed or they're brought to us as part of that zoning approval. The next one is safety and security. We already have, from a safety and security standpoint, we've worked with the Union County Sheriff's Department to make sure that we had adequate coverage and with our deputies, and have taken even a further step to add on some coverage that's outside of what the Sheriff's Department provides already from a contractual standpoint. So we make sure that, that's the ultimate piece for us is, to make sure that we keep the village safe. Noise and lighting, again.
Can I go back to the safety and security?
Sure.
So, the applicant heard the safety and security. So the applicant went to the Union County Sheriff's Office to talk about a satellite office as part of their development. So they are listening to the residents when they're talking about safety and security. But was it you, Joe, that was at the Coffee with Council when you brought up
It was me.
the,
It was me.
Jamie, both of you? And somebody brought up the satellite office being over at the proposed Marvin Oaks development. And they said, well, we don't want that close. So we're trying to listen to the community, and the applicant is trying to listen to the community, and we're trying to figure out what's too close. So I just want people to be aware that, you're talking about safety and security, but then when we come up with a plan, or the applicant comes up with a plan, and we help try to facilitate that with the sheriff's office, it's too close.
Well, and specific to that too, is the fact that there's additional cost that is actually taken away from the developer to dedicate a portion of the development for the substation for that. And so. It's not a requirement, but he has taken upon himself to do that. Lighting, all lighting plans will be studied with the construction documents if the rezoning is approved. There's studies that go along into it. There are photometric plans will be required by the planning and zoning and subdivision administrator to ensure lighting shall not affect surrounding residential uses. Light trespassing shall not exceed 1 foot candle at any property line that adjoins residential uses in property zone. So that takes care of the noise piece of it. Village has regulations per the MDO and Chapter 92 of the Marvin Code of Ordinances, which states no use shall be operated so as to generate recurring noises that are unreasonably loud, cause injury, or create a nuisance for any person or ordinary sensitivities. Again, going back to the zoning process, these are things that are covered in that process, and certainly lighting, noise, security are part of that. Let's see, what is the village doing to address concerns of traffic congestion due to development proposals? A traffic impact analysis may be required based on the site trip estimates. I do know the developer has, I believe the developer has actually requested and has, I think he's gotten it back, but the developer has done a traffic impact analysis and shared that, worked with DOT. So it's not a requirement, but it's something that the developer has gone about doing to address the traffic congestion and do the development proposal. I think one of the things too that being part of the Coffee Council, we had people come in and talk about how traffic and congestion, and I think one of the things that one of the concerns was that people would be parking in an adjoining or neighborhood. And I would be the first to step up, I'm speaking for myself, as to say that I will work with the neighborhood to make sure that we do something that says if there is parking inside, and we know that there's parking inside of a neighborhood and congested, that.
Councilman Line, this is an example of something that you guys have done in the past whenever you've had citizens come in to say this exact thing is happening. You have this ordinance here that is essentially no parking on these sides of the street. So when we have these in operation, we'll go out and put signage up that says you can't park in this general area. This is given to our law enforcement group, and they can go out and enforce whatever restrictions these have. We actually have had one request recently, I say recently, within the last 2 years at the Preserve for a similar issue where folks were parking in relation to a bus stop. We tried to work with the school system to come inside the neighborhood to not stop on the side of the road so that we could come kind of address the issue without putting a no parking ordinance in. That was unsuccessful with the school, so therefore we pursued presenting you all a no parking ordinance similar to what you see here, and subsequently, the subdivision people came out and said they didn't want the ordinance. So there was an overwhelming kind of voice that happened when you all were presented that ordinance, and so therefore you did not adopt it, but it was something that was brought before you. You just had a lot of opposition that people in the community did not want that. So just, there's an example.
And again, what we want is we hear those concerns, and what we want to do is do everything that we can to correct them and to mitigate anything that might happen due to a development coming in. I wouldn't want people parking in my neighborhood or in front of my house. That's not there for a reason other than going and being part of the patronizing or whatever it is, the development. So we certainly hear that, and we will do whatever we can to work with the community to make that not happen.
All right. Who's next? Wayne.
Go get him, Tiger.
It talks about the concern of commercial development at Marvin Oaks, proposed Marvin School development, and being close and approving everything. Both Marvin Grove and Marvin Oaks are commercial developments and will not affect the schools. There is no residential component in either one of these, so the schools will not be impacted at all in this. And why have the plans changed on Marvin Oaks development, and why is some of the believe there is a lack of transparency in the process? Marvin Oaks had some minor changes. They had increased their lot size, and they changed their plans around, which each one of them has to go through the process of being, going through the Hunter, through the council, and getting them reapproved everything they had done, which in the terms, it is wound up to be a lot better facility. They've increased their water retention ponds by doubling them from 1 to 2, and it's been a good thing for us so far. And they've reduced the building 4 from is that, or that's Robbie's. People talked about the building was too tall. They could see over into their yard and at the house. So the developer took off one level of that building. And it's a one-story building now. And the general obligation bonds tied to the
I think that's
project.
mine,
Okay?
unless you want to take it, so. The next question that was asked was how was the general obligation bond that we proposed tied to projects? Really, the purpose of the general obligation bond was to provide a reliable funding source. I can't tell you how many times through my tenure here at the village, we would go out to bid, and because the size of our budget was so small, we had sometimes no bids show up, or one bid when we're required at times to have at least 3 bids. So one of the things that we as a council had decided to put this out there is to have that funding source that was reliable to the community to draw from, and whether it be for roads. I would say right now, if you're one of the residents in Marvin that is not, Marvin does not own the roads, and you ask to have those roads addressed, you have to go to the state. We all pay the same taxes, but if you're under Marvin's umbrella, it's Marvin's responsibility. So by putting these reliable funding mechanisms, it wasn't saying we were going to use everything, and it didn't say we even had to do it based on the interest rate, but we had to require all that information and put that out. But it's, you have a little more, I guess, ability to appeal to those contractors who bid on jobs when, if, for instance, I think this year we have all of, correct me if I'm wrong, $15,000 earmarked for this year for trails, new trails. Is that correct, right around there?
Yes, we
Okay,
took
so
it out, but we're adding it back.
$15,000. I guarantee you, they're not going to be jumping into to bid on that $15,000. However, if I had 10 miles of trails that I presented to developers, you'd have a lot more bidders, you'd have a lot more competitiveness, and that's what this bond was really for. It really wasn't tied to any particular projects. And more importantly, these projects are still, they're still in the queue to be addressed. The plans for the trails are going to go forward. It's just, we're not going to get it done as fast as we could, and we're not going to have the efficiencies of being able to say we want 10 miles of trails versus we only want 200 feet of trail. And I think that affects the ability to be cost-effective too. But it was really just a reliable funding source is what we were looking for the village. And who's up next?
Yeah, so there were a number of comments that dealt with specifically some of the different aspects of historical designations and things of that nature. So, you know, we certainly take all those things very seriously. Between staff going back, looking at, you know, some of our records, but also not just relying on that, but reaching out to the county and also the state to get some guidance. You know, we got some specific answers that we can to some of the questions that were raised. Is Marvin required to have a Historic Preservation Commission local designation process? No. State statutes do not mandate any participation in the Historical Preservation Commission or anything. It does enable local governments to have that authority, but that's totally on a voluntary basis. Are there any properties listed in the National Registry of Historic Places within Marvin, North Carolina? No, there currently is not. One of the questions that kind of came off of that was also a question about the Kerr family farm that's over on Joe Carr Road. How is that not recorded, and how did Marvin declare it if it doesn't have a historic commission? There's a big difference between local designations as designated by a local historic preservation commission, which we don't even have, and the National Register of Historic Places. The village's resolution as adopted enabled Union County Historic Commission to encourage the Union County Board of Commissioners designation of the property. This resolution was site-specific to the Carr Farm with exact parcel information in the resolution. This resolution did not apply to any other parcels in Marvin, and the parcel that's located on Joe Carr Road is nowhere near or in proximity to the Marvin Heritage District. So we just wanted to make sure that people understood that that designation really had nothing to do other than Marvin endorsing the county doing it, and had nothing to do with the Heritage District itself. If the Marvin Heritage District is eligible for designation, does this mean it is automatically registered or is further action warranted? If someplace is eligible for a designation, that means that it can be, but further action is actually warranted before any designation at the local level or in the National Register of Historic Places. So we just wanted to clarify that. Places can be declared eligible, but unless you do something about it, it's not part of a historic district or historic place. What is Section 106 of the National Preservation Act of 1966, and when does it apply? Section 106 really applies to any project that will involve federal permitting, funding, and federal agencies. So if there is no federal involvement via funding, permits, properties, et cetera, Section 106 does not apply. This has been confirmed when we reached out to both the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources Division and the State Historic Preservation Office. So we just want to clarify that we did the due diligence and determined that to be the case. Does Marvin have any current projects going through the Section 106 process, or have they had any in the past? Well, there was one in the past. So yes, one was conducted in 2016 for the roundabouts at Newtown and Waxhaw Marvin and Newtown and Marvin School Road. Additionally, the village entered into a contract with Dewberry Engineering in April of '24 for the Marvin Loop project, where coordination with the State Historic Preservation Office was listed within environmental planning phases to assure National Environmental Policy Act compliance. So we are continuing to and do follow all the relevant regulations and things like that, both as it comes to historic districts or anything related.
And
Go ahead.
And what you see on the screen is the letter from NCDOT when they did their study, because federal funding was a part of the roundabout projects. If you notice on the memo, it's directed to NCDOT, and it has in the subject line for the construction of the roundabouts. There is one more slide that shows the last section of that letter, and underlined, the comments were made in pursuit to section 106 because there was federal funding involved in that project.
You're going to say something, go ahead.
I was. So I just wanted to say that, you know, we're trying to go over these public comments because people have come in, made public comments, statements, and I think that, you know, the comment that was made about this specific Section 106, the National Register of Historic Places, I believe that Lauren Thomas brought this to our attention. So I would like to thank her for bringing this to our attention to make sure that we were, in fact, compliant on everything that we should or should not be doing. So a lot of the concerns that she had were unfounded, but I do appreciate her bringing this to our attention to make sure that we were in compliance with all of those items that she mentioned in her public comment.
And so our plan, I assume, is to have this on our website? The answers?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good because it's funny, I was on a walk today with my wife and got stopped by an individual, and all they could talk about is what they're hearing on Nextdoor, and I can't stress enough for those here or anyone listening that that's a rabbit hole you just don't want to get into. There are so many resources here, whether it's councilmen that are willing to meet with you and talk to you at Coffee with Council, staff members who will answer questions about what's going on in the community. It's an easy way to get a direct resource and direct information rather than listening to things or making statements that we don't necessarily conflict during that meeting, because they are public comments. It's not meant, the meetings would go for hours and hours. So we wanted to do this to kind of correct the record or make the record straight. But if we have this out there, you'll find a lot of the information on our website, or you have numerous resources between staff members if it's a specific question about developing. Did we lose everything? Lights? Oh. Everything went out, okay. All right. But thank you again to council for, oh, I have to zip back into my, well, mine shut off. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm going to steal off of yours where we're at. Okay. All right, next up, we have presentations. We have a signing ceremony for the proclamation for Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 18th through 24th, 2025.
You gonna read it?
Yes, is it this one here?
That's it, right there.
Okay. Everybody zoom in on this one, okay. Here we go, Proclamation P-2025-04-01, proclaim, thank you. Yes, proclaiming May 18th through the 24th, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the Office of Professional Municipal Clerk is a time-honored and essential part of local government serving communities throughout the world, and whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is one of the oldest public service positions integral to the foundation and continuity of local governance, and whereas professional municipal clerks provide a vital link between citizens, local governing bodies, and various agencies at all levels of government. And whereas professional municipal clerks are committed to upholding principles of neutrality, impartiality, and equal service to all members of the community. And whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk serves as the information hub for local government operations and community affairs. And whereas professional municipal clerks continuously strive to enhance the administration of their office by actively participating in educational programs, professional development opportunities, and the annual conferences of their state, provincial, county, and international associations. And whereas it is fitting to recognize and celebrate the significant contributions and accomplishments of professional municipal clerks. Now therefore, I, Joe Polino, Mayor of the Village of Marvin, do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through May 10th, 2025 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Austin Yao, along with all professional municipal clerks for their invaluable service and steadfast dedication to the communities they serve. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Village of Marvin to be affixed this 8th day of April, 2025, proclaimed this 8th day of April, 2025. So I need something to sign. Right here. You want to be a witness?
Oh, I'm witnessing it right now.
Congratulations.
Great job.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
All
Really
right.
appreciate the support.
Does Steve get that week off?
That's a very good question.
Great resource. If you haven't met Austin in person, he's a great resource for our community. Thank you, Austin. Next up, we have reports and updates. First up, we have manager's report. I need a water.
Have a lot, but we actually threw it under roads, so most of it actually is related to roads. At the last joint planning board meeting, you all had one of the planning board members request a photometric study to, well, just a discussion of photometric study to implement some roundabout or some lights on Marvin Road from the county line to Newtown Road. We did chat with our engineer, just high-level estimate. We'd have to get more specifics to him, but he said approximately $10,000 for a photometric study plan. So if y'all are interested in that, we would need to do a budget amendment or put it in next year's budget for the conduction of that plan.
Well,
To-
we just cut a bunch of money, so I don't know where we're gonna find $10,000, because we don't have the money in the budget.
All I was going to say is to clarify, yes, the planning board made the request to light it all the way to Newtown, but we knew the feasibility of that would be higher, so what was discussed is at least to the intersection of, from the county line to Joe Carr, and that's what we told the engineer, and that's what that number's estimating.
Okay.
So not all the way to Newtown.
Sorry.
That little bit from the county line to Joe Carr, it's $10,000?
It's what was conveyed to him. I mean, we can double check with him, but that's what I told him is for the quote.
Because I was getting ready to say, we're gonna add whenever the roundabout's done down there, we're gonna add lights there, but also, and I don't know who put them out there, but I'm happy about them, but Innisbrook has street lights at their entrance. So we don't need them there, and then we've got lights down here. So I was gonna say, let's just take it up to Joe Carr and see if we can cut that cost, but if that cost is $10,000, that's nuts.
I don't know. I mean, I do remember it was quite costly for the roundabouts. I don't remember the exact amount, but it was, if I had to guess, I want to say it was about 20,000, but we can go back and look to see what it was. I don't remember off the top of my head. He said 10,000 in his email. I mean, he obviously would need an actual scope. We'd have to give him some more specifics, but that was just kind of a ballpark figure of what he just threw out.
I don't know that I'm for.
Now, and I can tell you, ballpark figures have a tendency to go up. Not
I
down.
just don't think at this time that, I don't
Okay.
think at this time that that's something we need to be focused on.
Based on the budget meeting we had prior to this meeting, I think the funding sources, it all comes down to funding, that's not going to be top on the priority
Doesn't get you,
list.
that doesn't buy you any lights. That's just the guy sitting there with a clicker or, you know, something, candles or something.
If that's
I
the
don't know.
consensus of the council, then I'll just advise Hunter to go back to the planning board and just let them know.
Yeah,
Is there any
I think at
objection?
this point, I'd be comfortable with that, but go ahead, John.
One thing to add as well, because you did ask me to bring this back to the PRG board, because, and I was going to speak about this in my PRG report, but, you know, one of the concerns that they've been talking about and discussing and working on some materials is, you know, trying to limit light pollution within Marvin, you know, just in general. And, you know, the conversation with them, you know, kind of centered around, yeah, you know, certainly there's areas that we think that are appropriate for it at critical intersections and things like that, where, especially where there, you know, have been accidents, things like that before. But when you start just talking about putting lights, you know, to light a stretch or something like that, just the different, you know, results that has just on the environment itself, the plants and things like that around it that, you know, move from natural light cycles and things like that. Their intent was really to kind of recommend back to the board here that if it makes sense and it's a critical intersection for safety, that's one thing, but just kind of indiscriminately lighting a whole section of road, they didn't really feel that fits into Marvin's character.
Okay, is there any objections to advising planning board that we're just not pursuing it at this time? Okay. That's all I have in manager's report. We've got several things in roads, but we'll go ahead and let.
All right, next up, we have planners report. Hunter?
Mine could go into roads. Just one thing to update is, I know we kind of talked about this during the budget meeting, but we did have the public meeting for the critical intersection recommendations, and the consultant is currently finishing those designs and the cost estimates. One of the things that was noted in those cost estimates that are currently on the story map is when they were either lower because they forgot to include the 20% administrative fee that DOT requires, or if DOT administers, which we would want them to, just because we don't have the staffing to do so. However, the other thing is that on both of the roundabout options, there was a multi-use path on each side of the road. That was recommended originally specifically for the Joe Carr Marvin Road because we don't know the full alignment of the loop completion. What we did is, though, is just estimate out the linear footage and removed the excess. So that's also then going to bring that section down. So those final quotes and all that stuff will be brought to you guys at your May regular meeting for recommendation, potential either recommendation or your thumbs up on it. If not, at least questions to the consultant in the county and myself, and then potentially adopted at your May work session.
Any questions? Next up, we have the roads report. Who's got
So
that?
we'll kind of piggyback off of each other, but I'll just kind of start off with the first one, Newtown Road abandonment. This derived from the conversations from Stacy Howie. You all had wanted to inquire on potentially abandoning, taking over Newtown Road. And DOT got back with us and said they would be willing to do that from the county line to the second roundabout with some caveats on the actual, what particular portions we would take over. The site map that I passed around to you shows the boundary limits of Marvin, highlighted in blue, and then obviously white is unincorporated Union County. We would still have to have those SR3 forms, if you remember those discussions in the GeoBond conversations. We would still have to have those SR3 forms signed by each adjacent property owner of whatever you see in white. So that's, I think, why DOT was suggesting that we would only take over up to the certain point of that second.
Up to the Waxaw Marvin
Yeah.
roundabout. So this
Yeah.
does, so it doesn't come into play. We don't need to get these forms.
You would have to get the forms on anything white, but not anything blue.
Yeah, but they're
Yeah.
only, what they're saying is only going up to the Waxaw Marvin roundabout.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter.
And you could potentially control somewhat 3/4 of that roundabout. I mean, they would have that little slice
Yeah,
of the
but I
pie.
thought their email said up to the,
Basically up to it closely, yes.
so then we don't have to worry about that form to get,
Yes.
because they're not going to allow us to go through to this roundabout here.
That's correct, without the SR3 forms, correct.
No, well, how I read that email is they were only going to let us go up to here.
They would be.
They did not want us to control the roundabout and the road in between.
Yes, I further went back to them and asked them more
Okay.
clarifying questions, and they said they were willing to have those conversations, but the SR3 forms would be required, which we've had that conversation with I think it's Providence down south, and we just didn't really get any traction there, so.
And I mean, I think taking from the state line to the second roundabout totally accomplishes what we're trying to do, which is stop any sort of expansion from South Carolina.
So, and we can go through with that request if that's the consensus of the council, but just keep in mind that this is a very heavily trafficked road. We just had discussions earlier about, not having enough money to budget for roads. This will be something that we would definitely have to start setting aside money for.
I thought I had asked that question at one of our meetings about would we be then responsible for the actual road maintenance of the roundabout? So you did get that clarified?
Yes, yes. If it's in our system, we would be responsible for the maintenance of it, for sure. But not, as Mayor Pro Tem just suggested, if we cut off right before it turns completely white, we would not be responsible for that roundabout.
So only
That-
one.
Okay.
And we can control the trucks coming out of South Carolina and say no trucks, which would, and the speed, which would help the,
Preservation of the road.
thank you, that's what I'm
But they're
trying to say.
also getting ready, I mean, with the addition of the roundabout, they paved a significant section that was in bad repair. And with the improvements for the turn lanes that Jones is doing,
Yep.
that's another significant portion that is getting taken care of,
Yep.
so.
What's the timeline on that for us?
I mean, they're willing to do it. I mean, we would, if y'all are interested in doing it, we would likely ask them to do the resolution of abandonment in conjunction with Stacy Howie. We just started this process probably 2 or 3 months ago with portions of Marvin Creek and Innisbrook. So we're going through that process right now. That should be finishing up in the next month or two, and then we could go ahead and start a new one with Stacy Howie and this area.
How much, just roughly, and I'm not looking for a number, I'm just looking for a little, a lot, significant, would that impact Powellville? Any?
Powellville at this point is primarily going to be based on population. It's about approximately 75% population, 25% mileage. So whatever mileage that little bit would be, I mean, it would bump it up, but it's not going to pay for the maintenance of it.
Okay. Because this, I mean, the decision we make here does impact what our budget meeting, goes back into our budget meeting.
Yes.
Very much so.
And it definitely would be more in the negative because we would need to save more to pay for the maintenance of, future maintenance of roundabouts or just the construction, not construction, but the traffic on this road alone. I mean, we'd have to have a lot more, money for shoulder maintenance, any type of drainage issues, potholes, that's just naturally going to happen on the more heavily trafficked roads.
I mean, all the stuff DOT's taking care of now?
Yes.
Or not.
Is that feasible to come up with a
Budget number?
budget number for that?
We can ask our engineers. I don't know that we did do a study, when we did the last pavement condition survey, we would have the ranking on this road, so we can tell, if it's a 80%, if it's a 90%, my guess would be it's more in the 70-80%. I don't know without looking at it, which means at some point, we would have to start saving for more of a major.
But again, to Andy's point, like, they've done a lot of improvements to a certain point. I'm not saying we don't need to talk about finding a budget for it, because we will. But I think finding a budget for it outweighs, I think the benefits outweigh trying to find the budget for it.
No, I totally agree. But there's just this is, to me, kind of a huge opportunity to take care of. And I would have to imagine if we did have control of that and we can impact the speed limit that goes through that, you're going to have a reduction.
And the trucks.
And the trucks, you're going to have a reduction in people that are taking the route, the normal routes that they take, because that roundabout there is like a, what do they call, like a whip. And whew, they just shoot to go to the next one and shoot to go down. And I have to believe that if that we're taking care of and that we're, I don't know,
So
pick
we,
a number, 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour.
Two questions. Have we confirmed with DOT that if we take that road and those roundabouts over, that we can deny trucks over certain weight limits or axles cannot be on that road? Have we confirmed that?
I have not asked them, but it's, I mean, if it's our road, I mean, we should be able to control it unless there's some,
Should is not going
Yeah.
to make me warm and fuzzy. I want to make damn sure that we have the ability to control the speed, control who goes on it, because we may be assuming this, Chaplain.
Speed should definitely be yours. There could be some caveat if it's part of their traditional state highway system. The thing is, usually they will not send one of their major corridor roads to local. They'll keep the ones in the state system that they perceive as important for the transportation. There could be something about if it was traditionally impacted and used.
I'd
by
want
the state. I doubt
confirmation.
it, but there could be.
I would want confirmation, not just verbal, but in writing, that they would allow us to do that if we're going to go down that path. And
I don't know how they could allow us or not allow us. I get your point. Let's find out.
Oh, and I can tell you, having a CDL for the past 30 years, trucks are required to stay on state routes. The secondary routes are not a requirement for trucks to be on. State routes are. That, Newtown Road is a.
But you
is
still
a
see 'em in
secondary, not a
neighborhoods.
state route. I understand that. Unless there's a specific prohibition, then you can run on secondary roads, but they're supposed to stay on state routes, which hence NC 16, NC 75, those are state routes, state highways. Those cannot be restricted.
So let's find out.
Well,
And is there
And then if we can
anything
bring
that,
that back and.
yeah,
the
and
May
the other
meeting.
question is there any reason sooner than later is more advantageous to us, or is it just,
Before South Carolina DOT gets up with NC DOT.
Well, I mean,
I mean, I'm petrified of that.
They're
I'm not
already
kidding.
doing improvements in South Carolina.
listen, this is an opportunity because they didn't widen that intersection going for fun.
No.
They're assuming, and again, it's not prohibitive of them to take it, to add another lane or widen to get to, and they're assuming we're just going to keep things the way they are. Status quo, 35, 45, whatever the case may be, and people rip up and down through there.
They're rezoning a bunch of land down there to commercial down on that end, all the way from
I
Zimmer, all
understand.
the way to the state line. And above that, from what I understand, the trailer park has been for sale, to be developed into homes or whatever. It's not gonna be that little cute little trailer park anymore. It's gonna be homes. So it's gonna get busier and busier and busier on that road. Eventually, they're gonna have to do more on that road, on that side of the state line. And it is a very real possibility that we could end up with a major thoroughfare right through the heart of Marvin, which is not what we want.
Well, that's why I'm saying it's a great opportunity for us
Absolutely.
to be proactive, because South Carolina's moving forward under the assumption that we're just going to sit there and let all this happen.
Right.
what's the condemnation? Could the federal government or a county come in and condemn if we own the roads and take them over? Say if they said, we know what you're thinking, Marvin, but we don't want to we don't agree with you. We want that thoroughfare to come through. Can they supersede us?
Yes, and I think the state could come back and supersede you too, because they're in a hierarchy of the condemnation authority, the feds and the states. But the feds, to get that kind of interest in a,
I'm just
Such a
saying,
small-
any
that would
chance
be
of
outside.
any chance of it being taken away if we go forward with taking that responsibility on?
I think it's unlikely. Once DOT relinquishes it, it's not part of the state highway system, and then the feds aren't looking at, a 2-mile stretch to become a federal highway, and they're more of connectivity in larger areas.
Well, county has talked about it, I know, in the past, this area, our county. Just conversation, nothing in writing or anything, but
Yeah, I would think the county would be more on parallel with us, and the counties don't own roads as much in North Carolina, so I think we're going to be fine on that aspect.
okay. Any other questions?
no, but just to real quick, because I'm sure you guys are going to have the same thing on the Stacy Howie. I'm sure the same questions are going to be relevant there. So if you want me to just ask the same questions, I'll just kind of skip over that one and okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I am.
All right, so just want to give an update on the NCDOT roads abandonment. The previous roads or batch of roads that we put in for the various roads in Marvin Creek, in Innisbrook, and Woodcliff, I believe. Those roads did make it on the NCDOT April board meeting, which took place last week. I spoke and reached out to NCDOT local representatives, and by all indications, those abandoned roads were approved. So, but we have not received the official paperwork. They said they send that out at the end of the month, so I anticipate getting that in early May. So once we get that, we will then own the roads, and we can move forward with the fog sealing that we had already approved for this upcoming budget year.
Davey, when we start to do those road improvements with the fog seal and whatever our engineers have said need to be done, are we looking at curb and gutter too on repairs that need to be made?
The fog sealing is actually just the road surface itself. You're
Okay.
adding a sealant to the asphalt to
Once
seal
we
it.
take over those roads that NCDOT have abandoned, we will have our engineers go in and look at curb and gutter?
We would have to have all that looked at as well. But that's, now they take that in consideration when they do the pavement condition surveys overall. I mean, and that we should have some of that in the stormwater study as well.
Okay.
Would it make sense, Davey? Would it make sense if, when she's talking about sidewalks and we're looking at this, instead of waiting for the study to come back to say where they're gonna work on it, would it make sense to go to the HOAs and say, where are your critical issues that you've identified, that we could get ahead of that and then have that study be adjusted? Because I know there's certain areas in certain neighborhoods that have critical areas, concerns, sidewalks, that if we own them, we're gonna wanna take care of that.
We have to do it anyway.
Yes, sir, and I can speak to the sidewalks in a little bit later in the.
Okay, sorry.
In the report. No,
All right.
that's a good point, but, just want to give an update. I'll skip over the Stacy Howie one, but we had discussed previously about taking over the roads that had been recently resurfaced by NCDOT and during one of their projects last year for the roads in Valhalla Farms and some of the roads, or most of the roads in, I think, Providence Ridge. We are in the process of that, submitting that batch of roads for abandonment as well. But I will say, we've already heard this term a couple times tonight. The SR3 form comes into play in at least one of those neighborhoods along two of the streets. It may come in, a short portion of it may come into play for the Valhalla Farms, but what we will do is submit for the roads that do not have to go through the SR3 form phase of it, to go ahead and get those in the system quickly as possible. So again, once we submit those, it's still, I anticipate it being a few months before it goes through the evaluation process for NCDOT and then make it to their board meeting for determine if it would be approved or not. Any questions on those? The next one is the stormwater inventory assessment update. That's the study that's ongoing right now from AMT Engineering. They've been working on it for the last several months, and they are putting their final touches on it, and I anticipate having it, should have it completed by the end of this month. So we'll see where that, what is all included in that. in that report, so I'll present that to you as soon as I get it. And last but not least, a sidewalk assessment update. Staff has been researching options to have a sidewalk assessment done or performed. And Mayor, as you were speaking, there, we know that we anticipate there being some issues with sidewalks on some of these NCDOT-owned roads. When we were doing our research, we did include the pavement condition survey 5-year plan, which was recently approved last year, to take in over a 5-year period, take in all the neighborhood NCDOT-owned roads. So in this assessment, we included those sidewalks as well as sidewalks on roadways that are adjacent to village-owned roads. So after going through the research itself as to having companies take a look and do this assessment, what all would be involved in that, we determined that the purpose of the study really is you want to determine the condition of the sidewalks, you want to identify tripping hazards, and then after you get all that information back, you would again use that tool as for current and any future maintenance planning for those sidewalks. After having those conversations, trying to determine what we were looking for, staff does believe that that the assessment could be performed in-house. You can get these assessments that are really large and really costly, but when it comes down to it, we have a sidewalk repair policy that we work within, and we can assess these sidewalks based on that policy, and we can do it in-house. Feel like we can get it done in about a 3-month period. And again, I believe there's benefits that come along with that, because what you would have is, first off, you'd have the cost savings, us being able to perform it in-house. Second, staff would be able to get the first-hand view of the sidewalks and the condition that they're in. It also provides us the ability to gain knowledge of where the sidewalks are located. Not every street has a sidewalk, but if we are traversing them, then we would have a good idea of where they're at, what condition they're in, where the tripping hazards are. We can document all of that. By also being out in the field and doing this on our own, I believe in the long run it would provide a more efficient process when handling citizen concerns. So if someone calls in complaining or providing concerns about certain portions of the sidewalk, we'll know exactly where they're talking about and can probably have those conversations with them rather than having to go do the research. We'll have already done the research. So we do anticipate starting this in the next week, 2 weeks, and then be about a 3-month turnaround to finish that assessment.
Crazy question.
Okay.
Have we accounted for those sidewalks that are not necessarily, I mean, they just laid them with the grain of how the land was at the time? So if we go to repair that, are we required to make that level or just repair the piece?
Well, that's a good question, and we would need to make sure we keep it as level as possible. This study, if we do the study in-house, we would not be able to do the ADA in-depth study as far as every panel of sidewalk, but if any of them stand out to us, we would document those that may not fall within that we can report back to our engineering firm for them to address, or at least study those locations.
Okay.
I do not think there are that many right off hand, at least on the roads that are owned by the village, the ones I've checked out.
Any other questions? Good on roads? All right, thank you. Next up, deputies report. You guys get a chance to read the report. Any questions? We have our officer here.
Lieutenant May just wanted to give a quick update on a good announcement that he's got.
I'm sorry?
He's going to give a quick little announcement.
Okay.
Yeah, the Sheriff's Office posted a information release late last week. And I know people in this area were affected and are, still affected from past events that have happened related to high-end residential burglaries. Last Friday, 3 suspects were taken into custody in Columbia, South Carolina, that were directly linked to the February 2nd burglary in the Highgate subdivision. It took weeks and weeks of hard work, countless hours, and there were multiple agencies involved, including our Sheriff's Office, York County Sheriff's Office, Homeland Security Investigations, Mooresville Police Department. But selfishly, I'm going to give a lot of credit where it's due. The detectives at the Union County Sheriff's Office really spearheaded this effort. And I can't get into the exact details of how these folks were located, but it's so technical and it's so difficult to do what they did that I don't think I've got my head fully wrapped around it yet. But they were able to identify these guys. They knew they were in the North Carolina, South Carolina area once again. We believe they were about to start another loop around through Columbia, Charlotte, and here in Union County when they were taken into custody as soon as they hit that Columbia, South Carolina area. I know a lot of people have asked questions about it, and I hope that these arrests really show the community that we're not letting up on this. Evidence was seized during this case that will be analyzed, forensically examined, devices, things like that, and those items of evidence that are seized out of that will hopefully link these offenders to previous residential burglaries in this area or additional offenders that are part of this nationwide theft group. So I just wanted to really take a moment and highlight the work that the detectives did in this case. Our deputies that are assigned to Marvin, Weddington, Wesley Chapel, they continue to increase their preventative patrols through neighborhoods and continue to conduct those free residential checks that we offer, and we encourage people to use that. And lastly, and I'll sit down, vigilant reporting, timely reporting is so important. If it doesn't look right, if it doesn't feel right, go ahead and pick up the phone, call 911, get our folks out there so we can check it out. If it's nothing, that's great. We'll just document it and move on. But you never know something that could be vital to solving these cases. So once again, continue to work hard for the community, and as always, we couldn't do it without you all's support, and we appreciate that. But I believe all the rest of the statistics speak for themselves unless anyone has any other questions.
One question.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed something on here I have not noticed before, maybe I just overlooked it, but I noticed that you have under additional notes that you have performed 2 foot patrols. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Yeah, so our deputies, since we have realized that the town ordinance is now in place for the ATV type issues that they were having on the trails, and we've gotten all that language straightened out, and our deputies have been trained and informed on how we can enforce that. We've increased our patrols of these wooded areas, if you will. And so they're just back there walking around, making sure everything's okay, not getting necessarily too far away from their cars because that's our toolbox, right? But they are in the areas just checking for anything that's suspicious. Thankfully, nothing's come up. But like I said, we are out there. We've conducted additional speed enforcement here near the school during that when it goes to that 25, and some people have had to learn hard lessons, but it has significantly slowed people down through that area. Additionally, our new deputy, Deputy Breslin, who had just started in Marvin last month, is really coming along great. He's getting to know folks and already handled several calls for service that were highly dangerous. Just earlier today, there was a suspect that had some mental health issues, threatening to harm himself, locked himself in a bedroom, and Deputy Breslin, our newest Marvin deputy, was able to convince him to come out, surrender the weapon that he had, and that gentleman's at the hospital getting some mental health treatment now. So you may have not seen that, you may not hear about it, but that's the kind of work that our folks are doing every day, and once again, we appreciate the support. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lieutenant May. Be safe.
Appreciate your service. All right, next up, we have Planning Board report.
By the way, you look good on TV.
I'm sorry, change the channel.
All right, so we met on Tuesday, March 18th. It was actually a joint planning board and council meeting. We went over, as in the joint meeting with the council, we went over what we had just spoken about with the street lights on Marvin Road, and should we put that, should it be a part of what we need to work on or whatever, and get information, and obviously we did. We discussed the rezoning process and updates to the land use plan, and we also discussed the neighborhood meeting process. Whenever there's a development, whenever there's a rezoning, how is that portrayed and gotten to the public as quick as it can. Obviously, the council was adjourned, and of course, I was there hanging around, and they had the planning board election process, of which Kelly Cates was put back into her position as head of the board. And then we had basically a discussion, just a discussion, of CZ 2025-1, which is basically Marvin School Road, the ROMS project that we've been discussing. And the planning board got a chance to see some of the revised elevations and exactly what is being proposed there on that 3 acres. And it was just a discussion and question and answer, and that was it.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Next up with PRG.
So at the PRG meeting that we had back on April 1st, a couple of things we did. We continued our review of the 2020 Parks and Greenways Master Plan. We talked also a little bit about the fact that, that's most likely going to morph a little bit and be rolled into as part of the land use plan, whereas previously those were really two separate and distinct pieces. We also continued talking about, and I think kind of finalized some of the questions we were looking to add to the community survey. So we provided those back to Austin, who will take them back to that group and continue to work with those working towards our next survey. We had discussion of the memorial bench to honor Mike Cognac at the future Village Park location. It could be bench, could be something else. We kind of had some takeaways to come back with each member with some different ideas for what something like that might look like. And then this kind of came out of our joint meeting with council, where there was some discussion about specific areas and easements that were given that could accommodate golf carts at one point. And we really took that opportunity to kind of review our current golf cart ordinance as it applies to what areas golf carts can utilize within the Village of Marvin. There are some subdivision roads that have special rules that must be under 25 miles an hour, still have to be, fully licensed drivers. You can't have 12-year-old kids driving them around and stuff. But it was a good opportunity to brief those members on what our current ordinance is, and just have a better understanding of that they might not have had when we spoke about it with council. We discussed a number of the different events. I don't know if you'll be going over those, Tyler, but the Easter egg hunt coming and a number of other things, including Marvin Day later in the month. We did get a lot of our volunteer kind of designations because all of the PRG members typically do volunteer and, take different responsibilities for that day. And we also talked about what I mentioned before, the issue around streetlights that we had the conversation about that you asked me to bring back to them, and also the blue light emergency systems. And the discussion around the blue lights was really around, number one, we had some indication of what those costs. And they come in different forms and with different features. Some of them have to be solar operated because they might not be out in the middle of other ones. Others can be hardwired if there is electricity available. But one of the things that we discussed is we've had trails, pathways, greenways within the Village of Marvin for a number of years now. And really, the amount of any sort of crime that we've had to date, we didn't really know, okay, let's say that, there is a need for a blue light. Where would we even put it? And typically what you find has to happen is you have to find an area of concern first if you're going to make investments, significant investments of almost $10,000 per unit. And to this point within the Village of Marvin, I don't recall any real crimes being on any of the trailways that we have. I do know and remember there was a trail within a subdivision over near Weddington Chase that that did have an incident a number of years back, but that turned out to be like a neighbor, that, was right there anyway. So it wasn't like someone was coming in on our trails, and that wasn't a Village of Marvin trail either at that time or now. So, we kind of tabled that discussion, certainly you never want to wait until something happens, but there's always that balance of being responsible in government and our funds and things like that, to where we'd have to have some data to work with if we were ever to make that type of investment and feeling we need to install something like that somewhere.
Really fast, from that PRG meeting, the board did finish their review of the master plans. I will be bringing you their notes soon to a future meeting for you guys to look at. And you guys will receive the new draft of the community survey at the end of May, but then you won't see the contract for the survey until July or August.
Thank you, John. All right, Tyler, I think you're up next. Event planning report.
Yeah, so the Easter egg hunt's this Saturday, starts at 10 a.m. That'll be for kids 3 years and under at 10 a.m., 10:45, 4 to 6 year olds will hunt, and then at 11:30, 7-year-olds and older. We will have a petting zoo. We'll have our friends at the Metro Fun Bus will be there. We got some ice cream there, an ice cream vendor, I should say. Marv the Owl, the Easter Bunny's going to be hopping around. So come on out. It'll be a nice day that morning. Yeah. Following that, at 1 p.m., we'll be having a slower paced, more sensory-friendly hunt at 1 p.m. for anyone that would benefit from slower paced, quieter, less people. Come join us for that. We'll have some volunteers on site to assist with any needs that need to be met. So we will be accommodating, and come join us for that. I will say from 10 to 12, though, from those 2 hours is when our, petting zoo, fun bus, ice cream, and all that will be there for those 2 hours. So come enjoy all that, and then those are the hours for that. Any questions on Saturday? All right. So April 26th, Marvin Day. I've put in front of you guys, I gave y'all your big printouts. I've talked to a few of you guys already. Gave y'all T-shirts. Y'all were the last ones I was giving the shirts to, so now I'll have more. If any spouses or volunteers you guys are bringing with y'all want a shirt, I have more shirts. Just wanted to make sure everybody was taken care of first. Just look over. Nobody's got anything crazy. Pretty much everybody's just got one thing that they're manning. If y'all have any questions on those, just give me a call this week, next week, something like that. We'll talk about it. I think I threw the stage schedule in there with you guys. The event's going to run from 4 to 9 p.m. Live music from the Stellar Rising Band will start at 6 p.m. and run till 9 p.m. Before that, at 5 o'clock on the stage, we will have a magic show from our friend Mr. Marvel. We'll be putting it on, so don't miss that. We'll have all types of things going on that day. A disc golf clinic from 4 to 5. We have a kids' fun zone full of face paint, hair tinsel, bunch of bounce houses and games. We're going to have animal exhibits inside the barn. We're going to have some exhibits inside the barn for you to come learn a little bit. Then we're going to have some local vendors on site as well. So yeah, that's pretty much what's going for Marvin Day. Anybody got any questions?
I get a walkie-talkie.
We'll see. All right. So we're good on that. Following that one, May 31st, shooting to do the 5K that day. It'll start at Marvin Elementary School. It'll be at 9 a.m. that morning. At 10 a.m. we'll do the kids' fun run. You do have to pre-register online for both of these. You will see that link in the coming weeks online floating around. And then other than that, ironing out some dates for our Cane Creek days, our Marvin Day camps going to the lake and all that. So everybody will see those posted on our website and all that before too long.
Did you say there were going to be food vendors, drink vendors, or something like that there?
At Marvin Day, yes, we will have 2 food trucks. We'll have a coffee truck. We'll have some Italian ice. So yeah, we got tacos, pizza, ice cream, sweet coffee drinks, everything anybody wants. And staff or volunteers will get fed that evening as well.
You got your volunteers?
We have the local Beta Club will be volunteering in the Kids Fun Zone, brought to you by Mayor Pro Tem. And they'll be a huge help to us.
Good. Very good. No questions? Thank you, Tyler. Coffee with council. Who's got that? 0 people. Oh, you had a good conversation with them? Yourself? Very nice. All right, moving on. That is always available twice a month. WUMA report. We had our WUMA meeting recently held here, and it was kind of we scratched all the things on the agenda as far as comments about what our town was doing, because we thought we'd have a lot more questions, but we really got more of a same presentation on valuation of what we all went through, and not all the municipalities in WUMA have received that yet, like we have. But there were so that was the majority of the meeting, I would say, was taken up by that. And then Brian Matthews got up and talked a little bit about some county issues. Andy, if you want to, do you have any?
Well, I mean, the meeting was supposed to be about the county manager's report, but yes, the tax assessor did kind of take the show
majority.
for a lot of it.
Maybe Brian didn't want to answer any questions.
But, yeah, I mean, there were a few things that he touched on, but mainly it was basically tax-related, so that was pretty much the gist of it. The upcoming attraction, however, in May, we're going to have some of our state legislators at Waxhaw.
Which were supposed to be at our meeting, but they canceled because of conflicting dates with another group, but which is fine. But that's going to be Waxhaw May. Do we have a date?
27th. 27th at 7 p.m.
Second, 27th.
The second at 7 p.m.
And that's in the evening. Yeah.
Yes, so that would be David Willis, Todd Johnson, and Dean Arp.
And a shout out to Ptolemy for doing for minutes and being there and hanging with us, and even though
giving Austin a break.
kicking
Much appreciated.
Kicking us out at the right time, so thank you for that. And with that, what do we have next? Sorry. Oh, next up, we have consent, no questions on WUMA, right? All right, consent agenda, I'll need a motion to approve as presented, the consent agenda.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing. Public hearing to consider the adoption of an ordinance for zoning map amendment 2025-1, 9709 Marvin School Road. Thank you, sorry.
Okay, so for public hearings, I'm going to go through my staff report, once again, kind of make sure all the information regarding the proposal is presented to council, as well as any residents that are here to speak tonight, and then we'll open it up for the public to speak on the application. The village has received a rezoning application to rezone the approximate 7 acres located at 9709 Marvin School Road from rural residential to to the SFR1 district. This rezoning was submitted in compliance with the procedure and requirements outlined in 5.3 of the Marvin Development Ordinance. This rezoning is being submitted in short for the property owner to potentially look at future subdivision of his property. However, that is not what's being considered a part of this. This is simply a rezoning. If the zoning is approved, the property would then be rezoned to SFR1, and any by right use would be permitted on the site. That includes a future potential subdivision. If he were to subdivide it further, it would just have to go through that applicable procedure, either through the minor or major subdivision process. Going over the lot characteristics and the difference between the rural residential and SFR1, in short, pretty much the widths, setbacks, and all are the same. The biggest change or the biggest difference of the two districts are the minimum lot size. With the adoption of the Marvin Development Ordinance, we did implement a rural residential district, which is a minimum of a 2.5-acre lot, where the SFR 1 district's minimum lot size is 34,900, which is a little under an acre, which is most consistent with the old R Marvin residential zoning district, which is what this property was on prior to the adoption. The applicant held his neighborhood meeting on Thursday, February 6th, pursuant the requirements of the Marvin Development Ordinance. Had approximately 20 residents attend the meeting. Most of the questions and comments received from the attendees were on their CCNRs and how they do not allow the property to be subdivided. Once again, please note that the village does not enforce covenants, deeds, and restrictions that can only be enforced by the HOA/property owners, and this is a civil matter. The included in your packets are some comments from some of the adjoining property owners, as well as comments received prior to this public hearing and a response from the applicant. Other questions at the neighborhood meeting were regarding road access, stormwater, and utilities of the potential development. Once again, that detail would come if the property owner is approved of rezoning and decides to develop it further. Any questions?
Go back to the point that you made, what it was zoned before, and
Prior to the adoption of the MDO, it was zoned R Marvin Residential, which was our standard residential zoning district, which is essentially a minimum of 1 acre. But the lot characteristics of the like setbacks, minimum width, and all that stuff, the old R Marvin Residential District and the RR and SFR1 are very basically the same. So this request, in short, is to rezone the property from RR back to what the closest zoning district was prior to the
what
adoption.
it was originally zoned.
Correct.
Okay.
With that being said, so once again, the property, little history also on this property is that when the village was going through the drafting and adoption of the Marvin Development Ordinance, this property was designated to be zoned SFR1 when Planning Board made their recommendation at the April meeting. That was because at that time, the property owner was considering submitting a subdivision application, which would have made him vested under the old ordinance, meaning that it would have then basically been zoned SFR1. However, he did not have the completed application in by the time of the adoption of the Marvin Development Ordinance. And so the night of the adoption, there was a few properties that were also mislabeled. One of those was the Vickery property that you guys considered back in September. That reverted back from SFR1 to rural residential. I just wanted to kind of make that clear that it was recommended to be SFR1. It was changed at the night of the adoption of the MDO. That was recommended by staff just because there was not a formal application in place at the time. That's pretty much the baseline of the request. Once again, if it's approved, if the property owner or any future owner of the property would like to develop it, subdivide it further, it would then have to comply with either the major or minor subdivision process that's outlined, and those lots would have to comply with the minimum lot size, setbacks, and everything per the SFR1 district. The staff does recommend approval of zoning map amendment 25-1. Staff also finds that the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the recommendations and goals of the Village Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan and any other officially adopted village plans, and is reasonable in the public interest. Planning Board also considered this request or reviewed this request at their February Planning Board meeting. They voted to recommend approval of the proposed rezoning. Finally, a part of this request, the applicant has also requested that the council consider waiving the rezoning fee similar to the rezoning request that was made last year. So I just wanted to make that note, and that is something that council can discuss as part of this consideration. At this time, is there any questions from council on the request?
Did we not waive the fee last year?
We did, for an applicant.
Okay. And has there been other applicants?
There's been, since the adoption of the Marvin Development Ordinance, this is the third rezoning application for a conventional rezoning from a residential district to a residential district.
So the first one, the fee was waived.
Correct.
The second one, the fee was not waived?
Correct, and the applicant did not make that request,
Okay, but the applicant this time
is making that, is requesting that.
did? Okay, but we,
For the first one, the fee was waived. That applicant paid the actual cost of the mailings for the neighborhood meeting, as well as the mailings and public notice for the public hearing notice. And so if council decides to waive the fee, that would be recommended to be the same for this applicant.
Well, if we decide to waive the fee, we should go back and waive the other person's fee to be consistent. And if we decide to do that, we should put a time limit on it, like from the time we adopted it for a year or something, and then past that, if you haven't already come to rezone it, then you'll have to pay the fee. But if we've done it for one, in transparency, fairness, we should have done it for the second one, and then, that's my opinion.
All three of the requests were all similar in nature, meaning that they were, their zoning was changed from the R Marvin Residential District, meaning, or i.e. the SFR1 district, as they worked closely when during the Marvin Development Ordinance drafting process, the properties were, once again, we expanded our residential zoning districts. We had 1, 2 if you count the RUC, but now we have 4. And when zoning all the properties throughout Marvin, we took the closely related zoning district that the current condition stands, so the larger tracts were zoned rural residential. Your typical subdivisions were either zoned SFR1 or 2, and then really all the properties that were in that RUC district were zoned SFR3. So all three rezoning requests that we have received since the adoption of the Marvin Development Ordinance has been on the basis of trying to get back to the original R Marvin Residential District, or what is now the SFR1 district.
So the road frontage that is on Waxhaw Marvin Road, do you have an understanding of what the approximate footage is that they have on Waxhaw Marvin Road?
Let's see if I've got that in front of me.
And the reason I ask that is, so currently it's zoned rural residential, which is 1 home per 2.5 acres. And while there's an understanding that we don't enforce covenants, CCRs and things of that nature within neighborhoods, this is traditionally a couple of properties that are actually a part of the Robinwood subdivision. And I guess part of what my concern is that as we set a precedent potentially for doing this, and I know it's not a precedent per se, but each of these is judged on their own, but we do strive to have some consistency. The question about rezoning here could also be applicable to numerous other large lot subdivisions within Marvin, which would include Providence Estates, Valhalla, Beechwood, Marvin Estates, Meadowlark, Woodland Forest. Many of these are kind of signature neighborhoods that have kind of made Marvin what it is, with a lot more nature, trees, things like that. And I guess my concern comes from 2 things. And number one, do they have the road frontage for the additional type of rezoning that they're asking for? Because otherwise, you're talking about other lots being off private roads that are part of that subdivision.
So,
And I'll address the covenant issue separately.
okay,
Because it's more of a,
do you want to go, or you want me to?
yeah, I can go ahead with that if you want me to, so you can do some road calculations.
Well, I've got the number. It's approximately, road frontage along Waxhaw Marvin Road is approximately 420, maybe a little less. Sorry, Marvin School Road, sorry.
So how many lots would that allow off of, given our requirements and stuff?
So it depends, once again, if it's this applicant or any future property owner, it depends on what they are trying to develop the property for. Minor subdivisions can be, minor subdivisions, on both of these are administrative approvals, but minor subdivision is an abbreviated process. There's less kind of construction, all kinds of requirements there. But in short, a minor subdivision is for 3 or less new lots created, so a total of 4. And they can be along an existing approved public or private street. So that's one thing that can be done. The major subdivision process requires a little bit more detail. And that's for if you're creating 3 or more new lots, as well as if you're extending public water and sewer, or installing a road, or upfitting a road, or making a road public. So there's a lot of kind of unknown here, but there are procedures in place depending on what this property owner or any future owner decides to do if the rezoning is approved.
And, again, while we're not, our purview is not over an individual subdivision, CCRs and so forth, we can consider the effect that the rezoning of that property can have on its immediate neighbors.
Yes, and I'll address that. Your CCRs and your covenants and zoning, they're different and they have a different purpose. Your CCRs are generally, they're really a private contract between parties, and they generally restrict use even more than a local government. A local government's going to look at zoning, and in certain situations, the CCRs may impact it more. If you're in the middle of the neighborhood, you're going to have more houses that really aren't going to be developed that way. But when you get to the edge of the property or to the outskirts, well, then you're just looking at your general zoning. So they have a different purpose, and our case law actually states that. And zoning regulations are not a substitute for private restrictive covenants because they're different. Even more on point, because regardless of what this board does, the covenants are still private agreements, private enforcement. They can still be enforced, and they do not go away. Zoning ordinance, however, do not diminish the effect of more stringent private restrictive covenants. Crabtree versus Jones, and that is a Supreme Court decision from 1993. Our zoning ordinance has similar language, and that's the MDO section 1.8-3 and 1.8-4. And basically, that states that if our zoning is stricter, we'll apply it. However, our zoning is not going to abrogate, diminish, or change existing covenants. So the interplay is there, but it's real. You're looking for overall zoning, and there you can look at surrounding properties, how it's going to impact. And I do think there can be changes of situations when you have road frontage. You have different uses across the street than in the middle of the neighborhood. But the CCRs, we really don't consider those greatly unless you're looking at it in your overall zoning, adjacent uses impact, because those are private agreements, and we just, sometimes they're enforceable, sometimes they're not, sometimes they've been waived through lack of enforcement through years, sometimes the term has ended. There are all these outskirts. You'll look at the zoning, but it is clear that the CCRs, they can be stricter, and they survive.
Yeah, and I guess that's a very good point, and what I'd ask council to consider as we do consider this is that one of the reasons, and I think it was very prescient upon us as a village when we developed the MDO, is that we did specifically take those larger lot neighborhoods and larger lots, and we did make those rural residential, which was more restrictive than they previously were. And in doing so, I think we were a step ahead of some of the issues that we've seen now with, some of the dictates of the state, where we couldn't even do that now without the permission of each and every landowner. So there's really, we'll never be able to do again what we did the way we did to protect larger lot residences when we did the MDO. So my concern is, as we look at this going forward, and again, we look for consistency in our decisions overall, but does that mean each and every large lot neighborhood that any individual would come to us because we can't consider their CCRs or their HOAs or anything like that? For consistency purposes, are we then saying we're going to do this, continue to do this in the future? And thereby, this was realistically a part of a neighborhood And, that's up to, a civil case to decide whether or not what can happen there. But from our standpoint, from our zoning standpoint, are we just going to keep doing these and giving up what I think is a very valuable thing in what we decided in the MDO?
Any other questions for me? I guess we can open it up for any public comment for the public hearing.
Okay, do we need a motion for that, or just open up to public comments? All right, and you said we had a couple people here to speak?
You've only got one person signed up. That is Bill Morgan, 9719 Robinwood.
I can hold it for him.
It closes per their rules when they call the meeting to order. I'm sorry.
My name is Bill Morgan, like they said. My address is 9719 Robinwood Lane. I've lived there for 33 years, predating Marvin and all of the community. We moved there because we wanted a large lot. And the whole subdivision is 4-acre lots with one 5-acre lot in the back. I noticed in your presentation earlier when you were talking about land use for Marvin, I couldn't read the whole thing because it was so quick, but it says the intent is to provide a rural, low-density community. And that's what we are. We are a low-density community, and by adding these additional lots, you're increasing the density, which is, to a certain extent, contrary to your own intents to have a low-density community. My other, we discussed the thing about the CCRs. I'm not a lawyer, I don't know all those details, but I do know that our covenants have been in place since 1978. They were in place for 25 years. They automatically renew every 10 years unless there's a vote of the community to turn them down. So they're still in place. My other question is, can you create a subdivision within a subdivision? That's what you're being asked to approve, is the ability to create a subdivision within a subdivision. If Firethorn came to you and said, 4 or 5 lots got together and we want to put in a series of condos, you're not going to approve that because it's increasing the density. Well, in a similar fashion, that's what you're asking in this case, is to increase the density beyond what the community was initially designed to do. So I would ask you not to make a decision in favor of one person in the community, but in terms of the broader community in general. And the standards that we've been living under for a long time, long before most of you were probably in Marvin. So I would strongly encourage you to not approve the rezoning. The other issue is going to be around the school. You're talking about adding more driveways right around the school, and there are traffic problems around the school as it is. So to add more driveways around that is a problem. And the plot that's been shown has access to the private roads. And it's to a certain extent unfathomable to me that you would approve a situation where they have access to a private road without the people who are responsible for the road to have a say in the process. So I would strongly encourage you not to approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Chaplain, help me out with the comment he made about, a development within a development sort of thing, like, is that?
They would state it's separated, but I get the point. And somehow the covenants will have to be addressed if he's doing something more dense than allowed. I don't know how that'll transpire. You can always seek to try to get them amended. There are usually procedures in there. I doubt he'll have the votes for that. You can ask for, that would be the only way I would see.
The applicant.
Yeah, the applicants can speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But this is one of the thing about the covenants. We don't know that much about them. We hear it's a potential issue, and the case law says if they're binding, they survive. And they can be more restrictive than the zoning.
All right. Well, if you want to come up.
He's the applicant.
Excuse me, we have decorum in here. Like, this is not an open meeting. And he's the applicant. He has the right to speak.
William Owens. You guys know me. My big thing right now is private property rights. I didn't personally want my property to be downzoned, which is what happened. So where is any concern from me as a landowner? And this is not to be considered regards to old CCNRs that haven't been updated, and there is absolutely no HOA, and it's all volunteer. There's nothing that has been done over the years. How about me as a property owner? These other people in this neighborhood have not maintained that road very well. They have not gotten together and done anything to help in any way. They've just sat in their houses for as long as they have, and now they're coming out. To me, who I'm trying to preserve my property, and the way I purchased it 20 years ago, and that was 1 acre per dwelling, and if there's anything I'm going to do to it, which I even provided additional information, I did not have to with that sketch plan. I could have just come in there. I just want to be rezoned back the way it was because I feel like I've been slighted. Now, legislation has been put in place since that says you guys can't do that. So actually, North Carolina, Congress and Senate disagree with you for what you did. Yeah, it's been a great place for my family, and my daughter grew up and went to school here. That's the reason why we moved to be somewhere like this. But still, 1 acre, if it happens, and they want to do something civilly, that's fine with me. I've already checked it with my attorneys. So that's all I'm asking. It's like in situations like this, you have more people go against that one person. Where am I standing here? I can be defenseless about this. We also, if y'all recall, you also did a rezoning back to the way it was for our property just down the street, Vickery property. That's when you were talking about that they didn't get their fee waived. I thought that was wrong, personally, under the circumstances. If you got any questions, feel free.
When was your zoning changed, Will?
Whenever the MDO was voted on by you guys. As far as before that, it changed in between the time the planning board voted on it to when it went to council to be voted on. Okay. And there's also one property in that neighborhood that I separated. And it's a 1 acre lot with a house, and it's right behind mine. And it's SFR 1. So talking about holes and talking about, being opposed, there was no opposition on that. Or not that came out legally or anything like that, and I had it all gone over by my attorney that I could do that. So actually, there's been a subdivision in retrospect, already done. So what about that precedent?
When was that done?
22.
So Hunter, and this is probably for you, so before the MDO changed, if Mr. Owens wanted to subdivide his property, I'm not taking CCRs into account. That is a civil matter. I'm not talking about that. But if he wanted to subdivide his property, could he have done it without having to come to council?
Per the old procedure, he would have still had to come to council. Both major and minor were administrative decisions. I mean, they're administrative decisions, meaning they were by right in the ordinance.
But it was by right.
Correct. So there wouldn't have been,
So he could have done this a year ago,
correct.
before
Which I was
before
in
we
the-
downzoned him.
And that was part of the reason why the rural residential district got established, was because we were seeing this trend happen in some of these older subdivisions coming through the minor subdivision process and stuff, and that, if they have the acreage, great, but at the same time, it was kind of an administrative thing that we were trying to clarify on.
And can you shed some light on why the state came back and said, no, councils can't do that anymore?
The state legislature has been pulling back local government regulation over the past decade. They did pass that law recently, and then they realized that there are going to be a lot of problems with it. And now there is draft legislation to pull back on that. Where it will end up, I don't know. Whether it will end up on lots on an individual basis, but a lot of times you do have a global rezoning when you redo a UDO, like the village did. So the current law, when y'all rezone this, it was in compliance with the law. You could downzone as part of your governmental authority. And it usually has been, and it's been that way for hundreds of years. Legislator said we want to protect more property rights. They clawed that back. But now there's been a lot of, and you globally look at it, there's been a lot of complaints about how this is going to cause issues for true planning on a large scale. Individual cases, you can still look at it and you should or shouldn't downzone. But there is pending legislation to bring that back. What'll happen? I don't know. But it's been proposed by the Municipal Association and others.
But last night weren't they talking about you cannot that's one of the things you can't do? And
Yeah, the change in the legislation basically was that the municipalities cannot to downzone a property without the consent of the property owner.
You said that you bought this property as a 1 acre lot or multiple 1 acre lots?
No, I bought it, there was two parcels with 4 acres each and a house on each. And then in 22, I cut out 1 acre and a house I had been renting for a long time. I renovated it and I sold it. I got done with renting property. And then that 3 acres is that second is kind of semi-joined with my 4 acres, which makes the 7.
So did no one complain about it, you have a 3 acre lot when it said that they have to have a 4?
Right. Nobody complained with any kind of force or, legal force whatsoever.
Was anyone else aware that you turned that into
I've
a
told
one-acre
these,
lot?
I've told the neighbors what I've been planning on doing for years.
Mm-hmm.
They know it. I mean, it's not anything new.
And have you looked at how many lots you could develop under the current rural residential?
Talking about the RR?
Yes.
What are you asking about that as far as?
I'm just asking, the way that the lots are right now, how many do you think lots you could get at, because you're asking for 7,
That's,
essentially.
that's a question for him. I mean, I don't know exactly.
I mean, like I said, based off raw numbers, you'd be looking at, I mean, if it's 2 parcels now, you'd be looking at maybe, you'd have to do a lot line revision and create 1 additional lot for a total of 3. Potentially. I mean, once again, I mean, if it's 2.5 acres, that's 5, I mean, potentially
So
9.
again, this is separate from the CCRs, because
Correct.
that's
I
a
mean,
different
it
civil
would
civil
be
issue.
2.5 acres.
But
is
currently, he still could develop the property, but just not as many,
Correct. Like I
but
said,
just not as many
there is
lots.
a provision in there in Article 14 that does allow a 10% reduction in the lot size, meaning that it would drop down to a minimum of 2.25. So we would have to crunch the numbers to see if an additional lot could be made for a total of 3, but I can't say for certain without diving into it.
So help me with the legalities, and I know maybe Kim, you may be able to answer this. When you have a property and the road, if it's a private road, you own to the middle of that road, is that correct?
I haven't seen their deed. The deeds are done different ways. Sometimes you own to the center of the property line. Other times that's a joint easement, and everybody has a right to it. It's probably addressed in the CCRs, and these are also older, so I don't know. It just depends. But sometimes you own to the center line, as was stated, and then sometimes it's a easement or common area for everyone to own.
Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Is it possible for me to de-annex my property? It's right on the border.
You can always try.
It's been done before. That was less. It was 6 acres, I believe.
So I have one question. It's my understanding that the property down the road, we reverted it back to SFR 1 from rural residential because the person had expressed interest in selling it as 5 separate lots before the MDO. And it is my understanding that Mr. Owens had mentioned the same situation prior to the MDO change. Is that correct?
Yes, both properties, the Vickery property was on the market at the time when we were drafting the MDO. Staff fielded a bunch of calls from realtors regarding what they can do based off the current zoning, which would have been the old zoning regulations. Same thing for this applicant. He was, I mean, it's probably about 1.5 years, 2 years of him discussing with me of subdividing his property further. Once again, though, no formal application was in place to make it vested. But when we were going through the drafting process, because we knew that information, that's why it was recommended to be SFR 1. And it just, at the night of the adoption of the MDO, with the the Vickery property, we thought was then off the market or sold because for sale signs were gone, and there was no formal application put in place regarding this property. And there were a few other properties that we identified that were overlooked, per se, that might have been actually zoned rural residential or SFR 1 and vice versa. So there was I think a total of 6 or 7. Okay, there was other properties included at the time of the adoption of the MDO that the zoning changed from what was recommended by Planning Board in April to when you guys adopted it in May of last year.
Okay, but how many people have expressed interest to you prior to the MDO change for their properties? That had made, like, had said to you, look, I want to sell or develop my property. Was it just these 2 properties, or were there more?
Probably more, but these are the 2 that come into mind the most.
These are the only 2 or 3 that have brought forth a rezoning.
my point is to this, is that I'm not trying to rezone places like your neighborhood, John, or Valhalla Farms or any of this. And there's one case that we've already reverted the zoning back to SFR1 because it was on the market prior to the rezoning as 1 acre lots. We felt that it was fair to that property owner that we take it back to what it was on the market for, because that was the right thing to do for his property rights. There are some isolated incidents that I feel like warrant thought about this because of the particular situation. I like the rural residential zoning. I've been a huge fan of it since it was first mentioned in the MDO rewrite. And I'm big on keeping it as non-dense as we can possibly do. But there are some things to consider when we have some people that have expressed interest in their property where it was zoned before. It wouldn't be anything less than 1 acre, which is what our whole thing was for many years, is everything at 1 acre or more. So I feel like that there's certainly some thought here, and I'm struggling with it because of both of those things, because what's fair to the property owner, and then what's our mission, right? We're trying to keep it as rural as possible. So the fact that there's a property 1/4 mile away that was, rezoned back to 1 acre, it's on the same road, it's on the same side of the road, and it's 1/4 mile away. So as far as like zoning designations, it's in the same general vicinity. I mean, it's right there. So I don't feel like it's far fetched from one property to the other. So that's my
I do think
interjection.
I do think there's an important distinction, though, in that other property was not a part of any subdivision.
Hunter, let me ask you, the whole intent of the MDO and the changes that were made, can you repeat that again? What was the intent of the change?
The change in the map at the night of the adoption, or the
No,
change
just
to?
in this particular case, going from SFR1 to rural residential. What's the intent? I know you've said it, just one more time.
So simply, the rural residential district was established to be kind of the holding district. Once again, your guys' power or authority is really the legislative decision, i.e. this rezoning, just like this. At the time when we put that in the draft and we were going through the draft zoning map, once again, we looked at every property that was over 2.5 acres and pretty much designated it as rural residential. Outside of property that either had a pending application in place, there was one other one that I forgot to mention, and it's the 5 acres off of Newtown Road that did have a subdivision application in place, and they were zoned SFR1 because of that, because it was a vested plan that was going through the process based off the old ordinance. You still have to rezone it though, so then the closest district would have been SFR1. So there were other properties in that were designated or recommended to be SFR1, and the applicant's property was one of those, because there was conversations had by the applicant, myself, as well as even, he had I believe an engineering firm, do a sketch plan. The only difference was that he did not have a formal application in place at the time of the adoption of the MDO, which would have, like I said, made it vested. So therefore, the night of the adoption, we changed a couple of properties that were the zoning district for a couple of properties from the recommended from the planning board version to what was adopted of May last year.
And also, if I had time, I would have filed that application before MDOs were approved. I didn't have any time, none.
One question I have, Hunter, is that I think generally, and I know it couldn't be done in all places because there were square pegs and round holes, but generally we tried to make an entire subdivision one type of zoning. So if that's the case, what were the specific reasons that those were SFR1 when the rest of the neighborhood? Because if you look in the county records, it'll say you're lot number 10 of this subdivision. It's all identified. And that doesn't necessarily pertain with the specific CCRs. That's just telling you what subdivisions are in what neighborhoods. So what were the specific reasons that we were looking at SFR 1 just for those
I think
particular lots?
there were two. So one, to clarify, the Vickery property was a part of a subdivision.
It was or wasn't?
It was. I don't know if there was CCNR. I mean, none of that. I mean, once again, that's not my purview regarding enforcing CCNRs and what all that says. But it was, I think it was part of, I mean, you go look on GIS, it was like Lot 5A and 6B of a subdivision, including like the other 3 or 4 lots on each side of the Vickery property on Waxaw Marvin Road. With that being said, second part to answer that is kind of what Chaplain was saying earlier. When properties that are a part of subdivisions that are on these outskirts, especially some of these older subdivisions, larger tracts that have access to a major road, those are really the ones that, in theory, could be developed further. Just because you have the public road access, you have the potential public utility extension, if it wasn't a part of the existing older subdivision. And so this property, as well as the Vickery property, were fit that narrative that in theory could potentially be developed further, especially under the old ordinance. And that's why they were once again recommended to be SFR 1, just because those conversations were had, or at least that was information that was conveyed to the property owner or a realtor. And so knowing that there was a contract or stuff that was going on in the background, didn't want to make somebody purchase property or go through this process and have the wrong information. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so, and I guess that leads to my original question of how much road frontage, right? How many houses would that road frontage on Waxhaw Marvin? Because that's the only public road frontage.
Like I said, it depends how the applicant or future owner does it, because
Well,
if
but I
it's-
mean, so we have road frontage for lots, right?
Correct.
So we have a minimum. How many minimum lots could come off of?
But that road frontage, it doesn't specify if it has to be fronting a public or private road. So the road frontage is just having access and road frontage in general. So based off of the 7 acres and the amount of footage along Marvin School Road as well as Robinwood, in theory, probably 7 lots at SFR 1. However, that's where the difference between a major and a minor come into play. And I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but the major subdivision does, I think, allow for roads to be created off a private road. I know for a fact a minor does, because you're not extending or adding or creating a new road. One of the situations that could happen if it's on SFR 1, like I said, could be done, could install a road, makes it public, it's part of the major subdivision process anyway, and then all those roads would technically abut a public road. So,
So I guess what I'm saying, though, is on what's the private roads right now, right? If he's not in the subdivision, he may or may not have access off those roads. If he's saying, I'm not part of the subdivision anymore, that's why I can get SFR 1.
that's, I think, a civil matter between the HOA and other property owners and how the roads are maintained and how deeds and certain things read.
But would we, in making a decision before knowing those facts,
That would have to come up for example, in the major subdivision process, if he's not installing a road, one of the stipulations that they have to have adequate access. And so if access is being denied off that private road, it could then hinder him getting that major subdivision approval. That'd be something that I would be looking at as part of the major subdivision site plan review.
or the developer could potentially offer those, I think kind of Meadowlark, that's happened, where a developer is offered to do some roads and things like that, for permission to utilize an
Yeah,
easement or a road. So
if those roads
if
were-
they were developing those roads and paving them to Marvin standards, let's say,
They could then become public if that is, once again, that would have to be something worked out between applicant, future developer, and those homeowners. But it
Yeah.
can be done.
Will, what's the extent to which you've had conversations with your other neighbors about these different things?
Well, I didn't have a chance. They have a, road maintenance techs group, which has got not all of them, but, a number of owners in the neighborhood, which we actually did that together. I've actually scraped the road many times with a tractor and a box scrape, trying to help, whatever. And my property doesn't even have a driveway onto Robinwood, but I've got linear distance on it. So I try to help. But when I started doing this process back in February, they took me off the group text. So I had no knowledge about anything what they conversed about. They asked me nothing. So I mean, I'm part. If I'm considered part of the neighborhood, shouldn't I be included in any of the discussions? I would think, but no,
Well,
So.
What happens if if right now you couldn't build two houses on that 7 acres, right? Because you don't have 2 4-acre lots. You got one 4-acre lot and one 3-acre lot.
According to the original 46, 7-year-old covenants.
Well, I don't think he's saying with the covenants. I think he's saying what my question was to Hunter, which is how many, like, let's say that the covenants aren't of issue.
Right.
But under the current rural residential, how many lots could you create?
I mean, you look at 7 and it's 2.5, so,
Or 2 1/4, I think you mentioned.
Like I said, without, like, in going off the rule of the 2.5 acres, yes, he would not be able to create any additional lots because, but, well, he would be able to create one because you take the 4-acre one and drop it down and then you could take a little bit maybe. No, you can't, still math doesn't add up. But anyways, one of the properties already has a house on it, the other one doesn't. So
That's a 1-acre lot at this point.
no, that one's not a part of this.
No.
Correct.
Yeah, so
the
there's a house on a 4-acre lot, so he could potentially get at least one,
other house, but not an additional lot. Because
another house, but not a lot.
Because the 3-acre tract is undeveloped.
So what you've been saying, or what this right here says that we're penalizing you after you'd already built that house, right? When we made the ruling, the MDO?
Basically, with the MDO, yeah. And then after what I did, and trying to, I mean, I'm in the business. I know, my investments are real estate. They're not stocks and bonds and treasury bills and stuff like that. I've been doing this for 35 years, and I'm better at that than I am managing, those other types of financial vehicles. But yeah, I feel like I've been financially hurt by the town doing this.
Were you aware of the covenants and restrictions when you bought the house?
Yeah,
and
but
the
I mean,
properties?
I know by being in business, if there's no formal HOA and it's all voluntary, I know for a fact you don't have any kind of system in place to really prevent any differences done to the property, unless they want to do something civilly. I mean, I think that happened with the Auger case. I don't know if you know that one or not, regarding the Marketable Title Act, North Carolina Marketable Title Act. I know you know about it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that was, if there were no termination dates, then it's after 30 years,
That was-
or 20 years.
That wasn't even CC&Rs, that was an actual deed restriction. There's no actual deed restrictions in that neighborhood. I know that was much
In
more.
Robinwood, there's no deed
There's
restrictions?
no actual deed restrictions. The deeds
So
do
aren't the
not
CCRs
say
related to
that
the
they
deeds?
reference, there's covenants. But I wouldn't even think about it if the actual deed said you can't do this or you can't do that, really.
All right, we need to pull this back around, though, because we're really starting to focus on
I know.
development
I'm
and
just
other
trying-
matters
I'm-
and contracts. Y'all need to look at the legislative zoning and think if you think the zoning is inappropriate or not. And how he develops it, we really can't consider that because we have to assume he's not, and there's a good chance he won't, because that's zoning, because the zoning runs with the land. So you need to just,
So we downgraded his property. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. We never, everyone comes at it from their perspective, what they want to do with someone else's land. And you know what? You know how to remedy that? Buy it.
yeah.
So Will, you know what? I don't know what happens here, but I would
If they want
say,
to-
you know
if
what?
the neighborhood wants to get together.
I'm sure that you've got options, but I'm sitting here going through all of this mess. I'm sitting here going, okay, we downgraded his property, and we want him to, you need to feel good about that. Feel good about that. And then we're gonna tell you what we're gonna do, and then everyone else is gonna tell you what to do with your property. That's what I love. So I hope that tells you where I'm gonna vote on this, because as a property owner who has been manipulated, who has been dragged through the mud by residents that surrounded my property, and I was being told what I should do with my property, I always said, buy it. Nobody wants to do that. They want to tell you what they want to do with your property, but they never look at it from a standpoint of if it were their property, how they would want to be treated. We're dealing with that right here. We're going to deal with it over there and any other property in the village of Marvin. And that option's always there, but nobody wants to put that option on the table. So I'd say that we move forward this unless there's just some other, good Lord.
Let me know if you got any more questions for me.
Thank
I'm
you.
good, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map to rezone the 7.011 acre property, 2 parcels located at 9709 Marvin School Road, Marvin, North Carolina, 28173, parcel number 06-204-004 and 06-204530, from rural residential RR to single-family residential SFR1.
Further discussion? Sorry, further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chaplain, don't they need to adopt a statement of consistency?
It's not in here. It's not on my detail sheet.
That's okay. We can go by,
Hang
you have
on, hang on.
planning board,
It wasn't in the, it was not in the motion.
Oh, it's not in the motion.
look at the, you can make a motion, follow the staff recommendation
Being consistent with the
yep,
da-da-da? Okay.
that they proposed, is there, and you can look at the
Yeah,
second sentence.
Okay, hang on. So all that,
I mean, just do a second motion, you don't have to do them together.
So you
just do
can,
another
you
motion.
guys can vote on this, then do a separate motion for the statement of consistency.
Well, they already voted on the second one, so now you make another motion, which is fine.
Well, we got to finish
No,
this.
we got to
yeah,
finish
we
the
didn't
motion.
hear
Don't
the
vote.
any
We
opposed.
said, there were several of us that said aye, but we
I
have
think I had, how many yays?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we have 4-2 motion, nays?
Nay.
Okay, we have 2 nays so motion passes.
Thank you, and now a second
No.
motion.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment 2025-1 and find that the proposed zoning map amendment is consistent with the recommendations and goals of the Village of the Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan and other officially adopted village plans and is reasonable and in the public interest. Is that good? Okay.
Further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, 2 nays. You got 4-2 vote on that? Okay, motion passes. All right, so we're moving on to the next subject, unfinished business. What do we have? Update? I'm sorry?
Tyler, we don't have any updates on this?
No.
Okay.
You can read it all in the memo down there. It's just,
So you're doing more research?
yeah, research has been going. You can see I've gone through 4 different entities, and everybody keeps kind of kicking me to the next one.
Okay.
All right. New business, nothing there. Open topics, anything?
I have one.
Oh, I do too.
Okay, good. Andy?
Let Kim go first while I get my.
Age before beauty? I mean, just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, so this is actually, should be coming from Wayne, because Wayne sent this to me today, and I think everybody should take a look at it. It looks to me to be like a Charlotte land use plan type situation, and it's talking about all development that is in South Outer, and it borders on Union County. So it's Charlotte's Future 2040 Community Planning, Community Area Planning. And from what it looks like the website is, I don't know. We'll find it, we'll post it, but it looks to be what Charlotte's 2040 Community Planning is gonna be.
Please send this to me.
And I will, and everybody should probably take a look at it.
All right, did you send that out to us? Or we?
Wayne
got it sent out?
Wayne sent it to me. I don't know if you guys got it or not, but I did.
Well,
I'm gonna send it to Austin. He can post it on the website.
all right.
Okay.
When is it?
That's it. No, it's just, it's online. It's
Okay,
just
okay.
their plan.
Go ahead, Andy.
We'll do some research on that.
Thank
I
you.
definitely need it for the minutes though here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
The way they identify things is very neat. It's something I hadn't seen before. Maybe I should get out more.
Okay. Andy?
Okay, so I wanted to bring this up. Somebody in the village brought this to my attention, and I think that this is important. So, since 2019, staff salaries versus the amount of money that we have gotten in grants over the past, since 2019. We started getting grants in 2022. And at this point, right now, we are at a net positive $1.467 million over what we have spent in all those years in salaries for the entire staff. So I think that staff should be commended for the efforts that they've put in. They have doubled the amount of money that they have received in wages, along with all of the other stuff that they do for their wages. So I think this is a very important thing that we recognize, that our staff is making money for the village, not just sucking it up.
I think that that's a really good point, and I think it's also a really good point that we should probably talk about in our budget meeting, because as Jill and Christina both told us tonight, as the budget sits currently, and we get a grant that has a match, we can't take it, because we don't have the match money.
Right.
So we need to really think about that, and I think that we need to bring that back up at the beginning of our next meeting. Maybe we can do that in manager's report, maybe we can just pop in and say it. I don't want you guys tooting your own horns, but unfortunately, the room empties out, and nobody hears this kind of stuff. And this is the type of stuff that our staff, just knocks out of the ballpark every day, all day, and they make us money, and they save taxpayer dollars, and they get criticized left and right, and it drives me absolutely insane. So thank you to staff for doing that. And again, we need to be very conscious of our budget, because if a grant falls in our lap, we can't take it.
Right.
So just food for thought.
Thank
you for bringing that up. I don't know who told you that, but that's great information.
The thing is, it goes along with what I spoke about with the stream rehab. Without grants, those stream rehabs wouldn't happen. We wouldn't have the money. We couldn't do those kinds of things to alleviate flooding, to alleviate issues throughout the village.
The neighborhoods aren't going to band
Right.
together and go out there and use their own money to do it.
Right, so getting these grants, getting this money from other places, it's our tax money that we've spent to the state and federal level, county level. we pay all these taxes to all these other entities, and the only way we can get that money to work for us is to apply for grants and get that money to come back to our community. And the fact that our staff has brought this much money back to our community from those taxes that we've paid through our hard work. Everybody's worried about taxes right now, but all these taxes, 88% of your property tax goes to the county. 88%. Okay, and that's not including all the money that goes in state and federal taxes on the money that you make and all the other things that you do. Every time you move your money, it gets taxed one way or the other. What we get here in taxes benefits us directly, comes right back to our community, to us directly. Those taxes are taxes that I don't mind paying. I don't like to pay taxes, but I'd much rather pay taxes to the town that I live in to provide better services and a better quality of life for where I live, not give it to the federal government or the state or the county where they just distribute it however they please. It's coming to Marvin. So these are some things to consider, as we move forward. Those grant monies are our tax money coming back.
So make sure, Kim, or Jill, that we have that on the agenda to talk about that right away when we open up the next meeting.
It'll have to be our next budget work session, because you
Right.
don't have another meeting
No, that's what
before
I meant.
then.
Next
So-
budget session. And even maybe look out on the horizon of what potential grants are out there that we could potentially, if there's one for 500,000, does that mean we plan for, assume we're going to get it, or maybe just a slush fund of 250 to be able, to Kim's point, match something that comes our way and stuff? But just make sure, I'm sure we won't lose sight of that. Thank you, Andy. Any other open topics?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to add on to that. Here's a March 2025 CRTPO awarded discretionary grants program projects. $35,332,319. Centralina, these were awarded. These are, I don't want to get into the project name, but Centralina, Charlotte, Cornelius, Davidson, Huntersville, Indian Trail, Marshville, Matthews, Mecklenburg County, Mineral Springs, Mooresville, Union County, Waxhaw, Wesley Chapel, 3.1 million. Guess who wasn't on there? Because you know what, we don't have, although the hard work that has gone into it, and the reasoning behind, we said, when we look at the budget and living on the margins, and when we look at GO bonds, and we look at these things, these are the opportunities, $35 million. These are the opportunities that are there for us. And we could go compete for them, but they go, hey, but you got to match. Oh, we don't have money for that. We're living on the margins.
It's irresponsible to live that way in your household, same as in a town.
And maybe, you know what, and maybe it's on us. Maybe it is on us to provide a compelling argument, compelling push behind these that are out there for us. But we have to have the ability to fund them. And maybe it's contingent upon us to do a better job with that. But there's funding out there. There's funding out there for a lot of these things, but if we can't even go to the table. We don't even go to the table.
Well, at the risk of falling back into a budget meeting, I don't want to ask any more questions on open topics. I think I have one that I ask you individually on a text and it involves a roundabout for Friday. I confirmed with the mayor of Waxhaw, who wants to get a group together. Planning may be involved in it, but it is a Friday, so he's got two times, 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock in the morning.
Did you send us a time?
No,
I know
because
you
they
reached
didn't have a
out.
time yet.
Okay.
He just got back to me, because he said, let's plan for Friday. I said, give me a couple times. He gave me in a text. I was targeting Friday at 10 or 11. I said I would ask in open topics. We'd see who we could get, and I'd get back to him with the time, because we can set the time right here. He's saying 10 or 11.
I have a meeting at 12. If you want me there, 10 would be better.
Okay.
If you want me there, if you don't, it's fine.
10 o'clock? Okay, so that's 2. Are you available?
I can call in.
Okay. I said that you guys are usually not in the office, but you might be able to Zoom.
I'm sorry, why wasn't I invited?
It's a good question.
I'm
didn't-
kidding,
you know
I'm
what?
kidding.
In fairness, I didn't text, I just said Hunter may or may not be available, but my bad.
Is this regarding Bonds Grove and?
Yes, the
Lexington?
roundabout.
Okay.
And how they can get that moved.
Hopefully.
And maybe it leads to a CRTPO and funding and stuff like that, so.
Where are we gonna meet?
In Waxhaw, at their, somewhere in there. Or we can, I can suggest here too, but I'll let you know.
Just as long as we know where we're going.
Yeah, well, right now, I assumed it's Waxhaw. Yeah, they have a nice facility down there, probably.
So they would potentially maybe contribute to our portion of our match that we are on the hook for?
That would.
That's
yeah, that'd
all
be
the discussion that
fantastic.
we're gonna have with them and find out
Just a
what.
reminder, no quorum, please.
That's where I'm
2
going.
and the mayor at max.
2 and the mayor?
I don't need to go. Wayne, if you wanna go. I definitely don't need to go.
Don, you're in, right? Anyone else?
Wayne, if you wanna go.
No, she's,
I don't have to go.
okay. Bob's out. Jamie's out.
Jamie's out.
So it's you two, one of the two. Rock, paper, scissors.
No, I'm out.
He's out.
No, I'm out. There's no way I can attend.
Okay, all right.
All
So
right, then I don't have to go.
I will
Okay.
text you and let you know where it's gonna be, and 10 o'clock's good. And I-
11 now because I'm
Yeah,
not
that's true.
going,
11
so.
work.
Either
better.
one is fine.
Okay, I'm gonna say either one, let me know. I can pick you up if you want, on the way.
Oh, you got car service again.
Got car service. Okay, that's all I had. I wanted to take care of that. I promised him I would do that, so, and then, I'll see if we can get some sort of Zooming. You wanna be included, Jill?
Jill lives down there. She wants to come.
If you think I could be a helpful part of the discussion, I'll be there, it's fine.
Okay, all right.
Include Jill.
And yes, I mean, one of you guys can call me. I mean,
Yes.
you don't have to, I'll just,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll see if they can have Zoom capabilities where you can at least call in and dial in and stuff, so, thank you. They're very high-tech out there. They got green rooms, green screen rooms, and, might be see me flying in the air. View of action items.
All right, well, you guys have your calendar set. So you guys we're going to bring this discussion of staff's contributions versus grants to the next meeting, the next budget work session. I really don't have much else other than that. Tyler's going to keep looking at archaeological resources. Might have to look at a contract again. Other than that, I know, did Christina get direction for Newtown Road abandonment? I couldn't remember exactly what it was.
We'll get some response back. I've already got a response, but.
Then we'll check that off. That's all I got.
All right. Any other comments? All right.
I'm ready.
Review of the mayor pro tem.
Okay, so you can remove annexation study committee.
Yep.
Still on there.
Sorry, yep.
Christina, have you, nope, never mind. Oh, you can update the meeting with the Waxhaw mayor. You can put the date on there. So we can
Damn.
put the
Finally,
May meeting. He finally did that.
Finally showed up.
Where's that at? Sorry.
It's at the bottom of the first page.
Just put in happening.
Happening. You can complete the asphalt resurfacing for the loop, since it's in progress.
They were scheduled to start yesterday. The rain held them up. They should
They
be
were
starting
working
this
today.
week.
I saw them
Yes.
ripping up the loop on Joe Carr.
Right.
So complete that.
Done.
May. Christina, did you execute the Strap grant with Dewberry?
Yes, we did this morning.
Oh, check that off the list. Look at that. Did you execute the agreement with Publix?
We are waiting for them to, so they're executing first, they're gonna send it to us, so we're waiting to get it.
Oh, did we figure out what's going on with the preserve and their traffic calming policy with their new board?
I've not had conversations with their property manager.
I did send them an email letting them know what you guys did with the timeline, and they should be aware.
Okay, road closures for the 5K and the fun run? Done? And they've signed, sealed, delivered? You don't?
it was just needed most.
Got it, okay.
Checked off.
Check it off the list. Okay, that's it, thank you. Oh.
I'm sorry, I saw one on here with my name, the data collection from the mobile speed radar unit.
Oh, yeah.
I was able to get the information and data downloaded. I've met with Deputy Swan. I'll be providing him monthly reports. I will say the way the radar was set up, I set it up based on, we set it out there in that curve to warn vehicles for oncoming traffic out of the construction area. So I set very tight parameters on that board, so it flashes quite every time when someone comes through there. So it's collecting the data, but some of the data may be skewed based on, typically radars have like a 5-mile-an-hour buffer zone and 10-mile-an-hour buffer zone. I've got them set at 1 mile an hour so that it flashes and lets people know that
There's
you need
construct-
to
yeah,
stop
okay.
or slow down, so.
So then, in our next spot, that we're not trying to
That's
warn for
correct.
construction, it will be a little more accurate.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good, perfect, good job.
Quick question that's sort of not related, but maybe someone knows. With the waste collection, is there a major pickup coming up?
It's Saturday.
It is Saturday. I didn't know that.
Yes,
It's all over
missed it.
social media, it's all
I
over the email.
I don't do social media.
Yes,
I don't
That-
just
that-
see
that's a-
social media.
that's a drop-off,
Okay, it is
though.
Saturday, and it
That's a-
is drop-off.
that's drop-off, that's
It's
not
drop-off,
pickup.
okay.
It is a bulk
All right,
collection
that's a big
day,
deal.
drop-off from 8 a.m. to noon here at Village Hall.
Okay.
He doesn't read.
Not everyone
8
does social media.
a.m. till
It's all
noon.
right. I'm okay with that.
Till lunch, yes, sir.
Breakfast till lunch. Okay, council comments. Wayne,
Pick somebody to start,
I just did.
okay.
I want to thank the staff, and I definitely want to thank the deputies for the work they've done in apprehending some people that have been running around that area. Thank you.
John.
I wanted to thank staff for putting together the information meeting with Central Ina Government last night. I think that was a great opportunity, and while, with rain, whatever, we didn't have a lot of attendance, but we did videotape that, so it should be available on the Village Hall website.
It is not posted yet. We are taking the extra step to put timestamps in it with each topic and question listed. I'm hoping to have that finished tomorrow, but I get to relive it all.
But I think it'll be a great resource for folks, to
It will be
learn more
posted.
about the development and planning process.
There will be communications going out about it once it's up.
The other thing I just wanted to thank, I know during our public hearing, I had a lot to say about, my concern about a lot of our larger lot neighborhoods. And, I think it is a very good thing, and I think most of my neighbors who you would consider downzoned really think it was a good thing that we did with the MDO, with the rural residential. But, I do have some sincere concerns going forward because, just like Robinwood, there are many other neighborhoods with varying levels of these CCRs. And I really hope we don't just become a rubber stamp for all these properties that I think we protected in many ways for the village, for the community, to just every time somebody wants, because they were R40, whenever, that we just rubber stamp it to go back there. I really hope that's not the going forward, but I have all faith that if a project goes forward, I hope that the applicant has the opportunity to work with the neighbors to, give everybody in that community the best potential outcome. But I do really have concern. There are some neighborhoods, even like mine, where there are individual lots that are not in Marvin, So it could become even more of a free-for-all. And, you know, I think it's important as we go forward to protect this, you know, rural residential zoning that we initiated. Because, like we said, with the decision that the state made, we can't go back the other way anymore. We can't protect any more land. So, thank you.
Thanks. Andy?
Well, John, I agree with you, but I feel like this was one, like I said, was one of the isolated incidents where this applicant had been talking about this long before our MDO change. And as I've said before, I'm very in favor of the rural residential zoning. I think it's a great thing, and I have no aspirations of going, you know, running around town and granting, you know, this SFR1 to our larger lots. This was something that has been talked about for a long time, and he had a sketch plan and all that. He just didn't have the official. So had he gotten in time, he'd have had an official and it had been grandfathered in anyway. So I think this was one of those that was kind of an isolated kind of thing, and this is why I voted the way I did. But I don't see us moving forward to, you know, redoing things. And I think that those folks that are in some of these neighborhoods with these larger lots that are in the county, it would be a good idea to be in Marvin simply for the rural residential zoning, because in the county right now, it's still by right SFR1. So by our zoning regulations, it's R40 by the county. So that's all I've got.
All right. Jamie?
Great comments, and John, I totally agree with you. I'm not discounting anything you said. I just think we're always going to have, we're going to continue to have these discussions and these conversations about properties that are, we still have a lot of properties that are undeveloped. And, but again, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't want to see more density. Again, I've been here for almost 25 years. So I could be the one that says, you know, the preserve and Marvin Creek or Innisbrook, I didn't want them to come in. But the people that came in, then they want to shut the door behind them. We always want to do something else with somebody else's land. And that's a sticky point for me. What he does with it is up to him. We can't assume that he's going to subdivide it, or if he sells it, someone may come in and say, I'm going to put one house on there.
Yeah. Yeah,
But John, we never assume that. Yeah. We assume the very worst, and we never go anywhere else, and we never account for what the landowner does.
Yeah.
And it's, I hope that there are people out there that view what I'm saying with the passion that I say it, is someone has to side for them. Someone has to be a voice for them, because right now, and I get it why they don't. I absolutely get it. I don't want anything to change in Marvin. I don't. But there's realities. These are grown-up conversations. These aren't, you know, these are real. And people, when they own a piece of property, when I buy a piece of property, I don't buy it to lose money.
Yeah, one quick point I'd want to make on that, though, is, you know, I think the state had good intentions when they made this decision, because they want to protect private property rights. But I also think about all the neighbors that have moved into that neighborhood 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 8 years ago, who assumed that they were protected.
Agreed, but
because they did their due diligence and they saw those covenants and things like that.
But they never did anything about them. So we still have, and to include, I believe, your neighborhood, right now you're going through issues. So if neighborhoods and HOAs or assumed HOAs, because it's a voluntary HOA. So what standing does that have? And I guess that's probably a legal question, and I don't need to get into that tonight. But we wait for something to happen, and when something happens, you go, okay, we don't know if they're real or they're not. We don't know if they're binding or not. It's important to do that.
Yeah.
And none of it happened. So, but I get your point. And But I think, from my perspective, I just hope that we take in 100% of the information, and we put ourselves in the other person's shoes before we make a comment and before we make decisions. I know that's what I feel like I have to do. I have to take 100% of the information, not just what I like, not what I don't like, but all of it. Enough said with that. I want to thank staff. Staff, again, with the budget, going through the budget process, you guys always do a great job. You're always proactive, you're always ahead, you're always doing all the right things, and it does not go unnoticed, I know, by this council, certainly not by me. But thank you for all your hard work and your continued dedication. I mean, everyone's pulling together on this. And I want to thank council. I mean, I think, I love that council comes together and we can have this dialogue. And you know what, like Joe says and Andy says all the time, we can have disagreements and we can go have a beer. And that's the way it is, but we just.
I don't want to have a beer with that.
I'm not drinking.
But staff, thank you, council. Deputies and law enforcement, please be safe. A lot of stuff going on, and thank you for your service.
Bob?
Again, I just wanted, to Jamie's point, I enjoyed the process. I was there for the planning board, hearing this. I enjoy the process that we went through. Deputy James, thank you very much for, especially to Sheriff Kathy, that whole heading up of that situation. And thank you again for the staff. With special kudos to Jill. There's a lot of number crunching. That's a lot of number crunching, We're trying to doge this budget, and I'm listening to it, and I'm going, okay, I thought you did a great job with that sheet for the revenue neutral. And you did a lot of cutting, a lot of thinking, so thank you very much.
Kim?
I'm good.
Really? Start by thanking staff. Always, you guys help us with this process, and I think we're learning as we go, and I think some good points were made in our first meeting today, which is much appreciated. Thanks Centralina for coming out last night. Great opportunity for individuals who don't really understand how the process works to learn a lot, even though they may have not heard the answers that they wanted. Shout out to the Sheriff's Department. Congrats to you guys on grabbing those guys, and it's, moves us safer to a safer space, so we appreciate. Congrats, Austin, to your, what do we? The what? The take a week. No, we're not taking a week. I'm not giving you a week off.
I'll have a new certification soon, so you'll have something else to
I know,
congratulate
and I
me
know
on.
you're very close to that, so congrats on getting that. And then I want to point out, again, on a wall, I was at a place watching the NCAAs, and there was an individual talking to me, and he was commenting, and you'll get a kick out of this, how nice the trails were. He and his wife happened to be on a trail between here and the village hall and going that way, walking on the trail. I said, you know what? We need guys like you to show up at meetings, because all we get is the people who are the naysayers and stuff. Same thing with another neighbor I met walking next door. They're getting the information. I go, it's all bad information. I tried to direct it to where it needs to go. So I encourage, if you like trails and you like things that we're doing, come out and tell us, or just send us an email. That would be nice to hear, or maybe we'll find out more in the survey. Final point, this was probably the closest I was going to get to actually voting tonight. Split vote, and I didn't get a chance to do it. However, I will say this, and I was struggling with this because there was very compelling arguments from all parties, but I will say this, if nothing else, this is a wake-up call for HOAs to get their ordinances and have formal meetings and have people that sit on those meetings and discuss these things, because to your point, John, I look at it too, and I look at like your neighborhood and can that happen and stuff. So, but the compelling arguments, but it's it is what it is. I think it's more of a civil issue, I think, which what happens, and we'll see where it goes. But we can't necessarily assume. Maybe we'll see what happens with what after we have approved this. So, With that, we are moving into,
I'm going to make a motion to recess in a closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A36, to consult with an attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege and to consider, give instructions concerning the lawsuit Chris and Victoria Komisky versus Village of Marvin and Kim Vandenberg, 25CB000445-890, and 3:25-CB-0087-FDW-DCK, and to discuss personnel.
So moved.
all's in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are now in closed session.